Okay. Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the January 27th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedont, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. Before we begin, there is a small change to the agenda. The meeting minutes are not available for review, so we will not be taking a vote on the minutes today. We will start with opening comments from commissioners. Then the executive director will present the executive director and commission staff report before we then proceed to staff license recommendations. There is one change of ownership recommendation, 29 license renewal recommendations, 2 provisional license recommendations, 2 final license recommendations, and 1 responsible vendor training renewal. There are 5 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: open meeting law and release of executive session minutes, update on preliminary referrals, red tape removal working group update, discussion on inversion, discussion of regulatory process timeline for delivery exclusivity secret shopper. I will ask commissioners, excuse me, wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting to raise their hand to be recognized. And with those initial comments, I will turn to my right and ask Commissioner Roy to make any initial comments.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, and I still don't have a voice from last week, so I'll be really brief. Since our last meeting, we held our first red tape removal meeting with our external stakeholders and internal staff, and this room was packed and we had a great turnout, and I will just say it was highly productive, highly informative meeting. And you know, we realized that we use the word red tape, but there are layers of red tape, and some of these fixes are a little more complicated than others. But what we did identify is that first layer of red tape. And I'm looking forward to that part in today's agenda, where we'll give you the board an update and discuss perhaps what's in that first layer of red tape to tackle that would significantly help the industry, but not sacrifice public health or safety. So looking forward to that point in our meeting. But again, great meeting. Next steps, we'll talk about what next steps are as well. Thank you for my time today. Forward to the meeting.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few updates for myself. I was pleased to be joined by AGC Bruno, our DGAP manager, Porter, and our CAB member and former Newton Police Chief Carmichael on a call last week with executives from Druid, which is an impairment detection app company. Learn more about their product and capability. Also had the chance for Director Anos and some members of our team to connect with our counterparts in New Jersey to discuss cannabis workforce and industry training that they offer in New Jersey. Good conversation. It was a connection I made through our attendance, I think, at NECAN last year. Monday, I had a chance to speak with some of the state's regional tourism councils, as well as leadership from the Mass Office of Travel and Tourism, to discuss social consumption regulations and answer questions about the regs and the state of the industry. Sending over some industry data for our RTCs to see the impact of the industry across the Commonwealth. I think, like my colleagues, had the chance to join our team at the MMA, Mass Municipal Association meeting on Friday. Great to connect with a lot of municipal leaders from around the Commonwealth, some curious about social consumption, some interested in possibly opening up their town for other licensees. Great to see our colleagues from Mass Division of Standards, State Auditor's Office, GIC, Mass Councils on Aging, Board of Public Health Association, Office of Veterans Advocates, Mass Veterans Service Officers, and the Secretary of State, who, by the way, has a good information sheet highlighting concerns if you're ever approached or asked to invest in a cannabis company. Also, Chair, you and I and our EPCO team are having a call coming up with the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development to discuss industry workforce needs in our Equity Works Career Hub. And also hearing from folks in the industry about our ability, the Commission's ability, to quickly pivot our systems to allow for the increased purchase limits if and when the legislature and the governor effectuates some of those changes. So I know that's a conversation the ED, I think, has also had with some folks from the MCC, but that's it.
Thank you. That noise is. Oh, it's no lyrics. Oh, well, okay. Anyway, Commissioner Benedict, sorry you can't hear it in the audience, but we hear this really loud buzzing, so I'm sure it's somebody there on the snow. Commissioner Benedict.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very brief. I just want to echo a little bit of what Commissioner Stebbins said. I had a wonderful time attending the Mass Municipal Association conference. All of my fellow colleagues were there. I was there Thursday, some were there Friday. But it's always a terrific opportunity to connect with representatives of municipalities, legal counsel, members of the public, our fellow colleagues in state government who are there, and to talk about the work that we are doing. So I just want to give a shout out to Jessica Porter and Kelly McDonald for coordinating our office's presence. And also just want to highlight that we do on the Commission's website have a page of resources for municipalities that have been updated to reflect guidance on the social consumption license types. So thank you to the whole team that has put together and maintained that resource or set of resources specifically for municipalities and the work that we do on municipalities.
Thank you, and I will echo that. We had a chance to stop by our booth, and we did see that there was a nice little QR code that took you right to the website. And I will echo also what Commissioner Stebbins said, but to get a little more detail, I will be continually advertising our Equity Career Hub, which is on our website, trying to work with my fellow commissioners to make sure that we get the word out, that this is a way that persons who have gone through our social equity training program can access jobs. This is how our licensees can meet some of their requirements to support persons that are disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. So reminding everybody that the Equity Career Hub is up. It's running and can be accessed. And if you have any questions, reach out to the folks at our the social equity team. So with that, I will turn things over to Executive Director Travis Ahern for his report to the Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be going through a final report from the calendar year 2025 Executive Director and agency-wide goals. These materials will be available as well to the public. Happy to go whichever direction the board would like today through the chair in terms of discussing how this may transition to calendar year 2026 goals. Obviously, a main priority will be prioritizing a lot of the great work that we'll go through on this agenda, we've been through on recent agendas. Before I get into that, I just want to reference one change that you'll see later today, which is that the CIE has resigned and we have a co-interim CIE appointment, which is for Director Enos and Enforcement Counsel Gooden. And so later on in the agenda and for some of the items that we'll talk about here today, we'll be relying on those folks in our I&E process to keep a lot of this great work moving, and that folks will be seeing the CIE position posted internally, externally as we move ahead here. So obviously a major shift for us. Wish the CIE well, and we're excited to be working with the co-interim CIEs in that process. So jumping right in, if we could go to the next slide, what I have here is very, very high level. In the report itself, you'll see lots of different, details on the work that's been accomplished, what has been had to be sidelined throughout the calendar year for various reasons, mainly budgetary. And so what I tried to do on this simple page, which is on page 16 of the full report, but then I broke it out here into different sections for the presentation, is really talk about the goal itself, where the final report leaves it, additional considerations as we go into 2026, and should the commissioners want to maintain anything related to these goals, a potential way to approach that, but obviously that's at the discretion of the board moving forward. So these are just recommendations. So you'll recall as well, the goals that were voted in April were kind of in two different major sections. The first section was goals that were trying to be substantially completed by June 30th. Between April and June 30th, so the first half of the calendar year, but the end of FY 25. which ended June 30, 2025. And so for those, these are the 5 on the screen. The governance charter was completed in May, that I don't have carrying into 2026. Obviously, any governance changes, generally speaking, would be related to legislative changes that are outside of our control. The FY26 budget was a major, obviously, pivot point for us. It's a number of decisions that we made at the end of fiscal year 25 by June 30th were based on where the FY26 budget was showing us we could carry forward some of our goals. Looking ahead to the FY27 budget, the board has voted that at your most recent meeting. And so now at this point, it is making sure that we are factoring in a number of different expansions to our pretty expansive mission already, including social consumption, and factoring that in and making sure that the legislators understand what we'll need for that to be successful. I'm just going to pause because I see a hand to my left and I can't tell.
Commissioner Rice, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just have a question on number 1, the governance charter. And when it says completed in May 2025, is that when we voted on it?
Yes,
Oh,
May
to
22nd,
okay.
2025.
So my question is, since this is one of your goals, I'm wondering if we should bring that back to vote, because the chair was unlawfully removed and she participated in those sessions. And I'm wondering, as a courtesy to her, because this is one of your goals and it does impact the functioning and the structure of the commission, that we bring it back for a vote where she is allowed to vote on it, since she did partake in a lot of those sessions. And I don't know what your thoughts on that, but I think it's worthy of that. And I just want to, I'm just speaking for myself. I don't know what anybody else thinks on it.
I appreciate the point, but I think that, and we're still waiting for the videos of all of these meetings to be fully released.
Which is more than a reason to bring it back.
But I will tell you, one of the concerns that I had about this is that it has to get unanimous approval, and it didn't. And you know, I remember, I believe it was either Commissioner Concepcion or Commissioner Camargo basically stating that this governance charter has no force of law. It has no force of regulation. It was meant to be, in essence, a mediation, although not a mediation for the purposes of being able to go into executive session, but a way to bridge a divide between senior staff and commissioners. So I'll take it under advisement, but because I believe we spent a lot of money on this, but I don't think it ultimately achieved what we were supposed to, and because I don't think that any of us are necessarily held to this governance charter, I would like to see what happens with the legislation, and I would like to, I mean, again, I'm go ahead, because I don't.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I'd like to bring it back on the agenda, even if we don't vote on it, because the whole exercise was conducted in violation of open meeting law. This whole exercise of the governance charter should have been done just like this, in a room like this with cameras. And it was done under the guise of mediation, but really you need 2 parties. And so was the commission 2 parties? We came back and so the commission was in violation of open meeting law. So we did this whole thing under the cloak of not transparency. And so minimally, I think we should bring this back and discuss what the concerns are, because we never had an opportunity to do that. And so even if we don't re-vote on it, I think just like, because it should have all been done out in public, and those videos should be released, because none of it should have been behind closed doors at all, 0 of it. And we did the whole thing behind closed doors. So I have concerns about the charter, and I just think we never really got to flesh those out publicly. So I just wanted to flag
Right
that.
now, I think there's only 1 vote for it out of 4 of us here, or you did not vote?
Yeah, I voted present,
Yeah.
because the whole thing was done in violation of open meeting law. So I wasn't going to vote for it.
Okay, can we table this for now?
Yeah.
It's quite well taken. And I know you and I have bigger fish.
I agree. I just wanted to flag it
No,
that I have
it's
concerns.
quite well taken, and this is an opportune time because it's right here in front of us. So thank you, and we can take a look at that. in the future.
And if I may, and by the way, we can bring it back at any time.
Right.
Like, we have just as the board can.
I don't
Yeah.
disagree with anything.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said it. And we will put it on an agenda for a future discussion.
Okay.
I'm just right now,
Hmm.
I wasn't prepared to answer the.
No, I'm sorry. It just came to me.
It's okay.
Part of it was out of frustration.
It's okay. No, thank you. I'm glad you raised it. And please, Executive Director Hearn, please continue. Thank you for that point, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So under the FY26 budget, obviously, if that's the intent to have a goal for calendar year 26, we'd be transitioning to the FY27 budget. A couple notes, obviously, for consideration coming out of that process, which obviously did not lead to the budget we were looking for in FY26. We did get great feedback from legislators that led our CFAO, CTIO, and others into a application for bond bill funding under EOTS, which is the Executive Office of Technology. And so we were able to procure the funding to upgrade the MMJOS platform itself. The other major need that we have, which we've put forward through the last multiple budget cycles and will be in the FY27 budget that you've approved, is for our licensing software known as Mass CIP, which has a significant amount of impacts to not only our operations and our ability to be efficient, but also to our licensees. So again, continuing to push those things forward while also incorporating new mission items such as social consumption, I would consider to be a very high priority goal for calendar year 26. The CAB meeting cadence, unfortunately, we hit the goal itself, but I don't think we hit the intent of it. We weren't able to really achieve that cadence after the first meeting where we got the band back together, so to speak. We were unable to reach quorum at our second quarterly meeting. The subcommittees have continued to meet and they do great work. And so what I point out here, one is that the current legislative discussion, which impacted obviously the chair's reference on the governance item, also does contemplate the CAB in the future. I think right now what's important to note, and the chair and Commissioner Roy will update on the red tape removal later, as I will shortly as well. I do believe a number of the recommendations that have come from CAB over the last few years are incorporated into what will be a very large package of recommendations for updates to regulations that the CAB has been heavily involved in over the years. To their credit and to their pushing those forward. Concluding Chapter 180, we are sort of similar to where this was reported out at our September 30th report. Where we are very much reliant on those upgrades to IT infrastructure I just mentioned related to Mass CIP, specifically the licensing software, to really complete those last few task list items under the implementation of Chapter 180. So I'm referring to that as substantially complete given where we are, but ultimately we would like to get the rest of those tasks done when we are able to upgrade that IT infrastructure or replace. The fifth one that was on the sort of short list for immediacy was to establish the medical use working group. Recommendations of the working group are prepared and ready for promulgation, although some of them will be reliant again on any potential legislative changes. So for example, vertical integration with or without legislative changes has been developed and ready for the board's discussion when appropriate. Whereas things that may be coming out of legislation in the future, like medical reciprocity, may be coming to the forefront. So I do believe that this can be combined with the other regulatory goals that we'll talk about in a second. So if we could go to the next slide, those were the five that were sort of the short term. These were the rest for calendar year, the rest of the calendar year, starting with number 6. We could get the next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
There we go. Thank you. All right, so lab testing protocols, I believe we have on the agenda later as well for legal to update where they are in that process in terms of a number of different processes that are being reviewed, but within.
So will we get, have we received, you had indicated we'd get something in writing before the end of last year. So when will we be receiving, unless I've missed it, have we received the package in writing? Yeah.
You have not. We have a calendar that's been sent out. I believe legal is looking at it now after enforcement council. And then we're looking to get that to you for a period of review prior to a public meeting, and a calendar was provided to the commissioners.
This was also one of the things I'd suggested 3 years ago to Commissioners Stebbins and Camargo, when there was a lot of work to be done on social consumption. I said, can you come to us with a framework? And so can we at least get something in a framework that sort of generally talks about what they're recommending, even if we don't have everything in final version? Because we're out talking with ITLs, we're asking them, and by the way, I do think that, one of the difficult decisions we're going to have to make as a board is to have consistency may not just come with having ranges of THC levels, but it also may fall upon our licensees to make some changes in how they do tests, which could be an expense to them. So the sooner we determine, because I say it, I don't like to use the word winners and losers, but there will be some changes that we make that some people will be more happy with or less happy with. So the sooner we can get that rolling, better. So Commissioner Roy?
Madam Chair, I had made a request, commissioners to have 2 weeks with this document because it's, as we all know, testing is highly complex. And so 1 week is not sufficient. So if we had that initial framework, that actually might be helpful before we get the full document. And the other thing I'm going to request is if any department makes any redactions or removes any information, I'd like to know what was suggested to be removed.
Thank you. Is that?
Can I just get a
Yes,
point of
sir.
clarification as well? So on the 2 weeks, this is, I guess, where I want to set the expectation as well from outside folks. I think there was a discussion that we're in agreement with, but let's just want to make sure we're all clear. Framework, while the whole package is still being reviewed, I will follow up on that. On the 2 weeks, are we intending when it is prepared to go to the commissioners? Are we also looking to release it as an informal comment period to the industry at that time? Or the 2 weeks for the commissioners prior to that? That's my general question.
I'm okay because a lot of times public comment informs our decisions.
Mhm.
And so that's fine. I don't mind if that happens
We can do that
simultaneously. Yeah, concurrently.
And this is something we're going to be addressing a little bit later about just sort of the process and timeline for delivery, exclusivity, and secret shopper. I asked this
Yep.
I asked this in an email earlier, but I'm concerned that legal work is not being appropriately divided among the existing senior attorneys that we have right now, and we are falling behind on a number of issues. Most important, right? Not most important, but most glaring to me is the failure to respond to public records requests in a timely fashion. So what I would like from you, and I raised that in an email, I'd like to know who's doing what, and not just for regulations. I want to know how the legal work is being divided among our attorneys. Happy to have an excellent new, well-qualified young attorney to join us here today. It's my understanding we have another young attorney joining us within the next couple of weeks. And obviously, we maintain an excellent team of senior lawyers, but it's my understanding that work is not currently being apportioned among those who have the best expertise right now. So I would like a report on that. Who's doing what? How is it being divided? And then who is going to be responsible? Because we saw a particularly heavy burden that was placed on the shoulders of both Attorney Baker before he left for a brief while, and in particular Attorney Bruno. So if I could get that by the end of this week, understand who's doing what, how it's being assigned, and then we can have some understanding of how we're going to be able to approach the regulatory regs. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the executive director. Is that true that the older attorneys are not receiving, a fair portion of the work?
Excuse me,
Yes.
we refer to our newer and less new attorneys rather than older and younger? Or is that?
How would you like to?
Well, it seems the concern maybe is our newer attorneys versus our more longstanding attorneys.
Yes,
Senior attorneys?
senior, I'll read
Or
more senior.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
I don't know the age of any of them.
Yeah.
Haven't even met all of them.
Yes, more tenured, more senior
Yes, senior.
attorneys. So I hopefully there's no merit to that. And if it is, it's highly concerning, and that's my point.
It's just, I'd asked for a report. I'd like to see how the work is being divided, especially because I keep getting emails from people who are not getting their public records requests responded to in a timely fashion. It's my understanding that that work is supposed to be getting delegated to other attorneys, and it hasn't been. So that's what I am concerned about. So I also want to know, and this was also something, and I think I've shared this with you before, when we were doing Chapter 180 review, we had set up a structure as to which attorney or attorneys would be responsible for leading that regulatory writing process. Unfortunately, it had to be changed in midstream, and different people were assigned. And it frankly bogged us down for months and months, getting the regulations for Chapter 80 done on time. And so we were screeching in at the 11th hour at the end of July 2023 to get these things done. And so just like I felt uncomfortable having to do the extension of the exclusivity period with very little time to really, dig into the report, I'm comfortable that the report was accurate. I'm comfortable that the report gave us the information that we need. But I just want to make sure that the commissioners, all my commissioners, have enough time to grasp and understand what we're proposing. So that starts with how the work is being apportioned, how the legal work is being apportioned, and how the regulatory writing, legal writing is being undertaken. And again, I know we have a number of attorneys. I see Attorney Carter in the back row who's done a great job on the medical marijuana, drafting of regulations. So I just want to make sure that it's being done appropriately so that we can meet. Some are deadlines, some are not deadlines, some are self-imposed deadlines. So that's my only point. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just to bring the conversation back to the lab testing protocols. And I do like and I think accolades to Commissioner Roy as she participated in a lot of those every other month meetings as the industry had requested, making commission staff available, making a commissioner present. I'm just wondering if we're close enough, and I know this is important work, it's what the ITL has been looking for. Do you want to put the draft protocols out for public comment first for a 2-week period, and then we have 2 weeks after with it so that we can look at the comments and feedback we get, or the question of those activities happening concurrently?
My sense is we should at least see it first, because I don't want to make a promise that we might not intend to keep, and because there might be some people who are happier or less happier. I would like us to be able to look at this, understand what the team was thinking when they put it together, and then, give us the time. And again, unless somebody has any other thoughts, but I worry about putting something out. We saw that a memo was released, a legal memo was released that was not finalized last week. And so I just want to make sure that when we put out information that has legal impact, that, we're not putting something out there that is not at least the beginning of something that we're comfortable with. And I'd ask Commissioner Roy, because I know this was your issue, and,
If I may, Madam Chair, so are you advocating for we get it first for 2 weeks, then it goes out, or the same?
That's what I'd suggest. I'd almost say I'm agnostic, but as I hear Commissioner Stebbins say it, it feels like I think we need to at least see the first draft, have a chance to ask questions. And, I don't want to, we should have time to vote on it and get commentary, but that's part of the process that we're going to be going through anyway, is getting feedback.
We have to, exactly.
So I would like us to, and again,
That's a good question.
I would suggest, and I would ask my colleagues for maybe their consensus. I think that just making sure that we get to see it, we get to ask questions of our legal team before it's kind of out there, because we've even seen with legislation going through, sometimes like there's stuff written and they might miss a point. So I just want to make sure we haven't, and especially because you have probably better than anybody sitting here, some of the best knowledge about testing.
I appreciate that. And I think that makes sense. Let us digest the document, let it go out, so then we have familiarity with it. And so when the comments come back, they'll make better sense to us because we'll be familiar with the document. But also, I wasn't involved in the scope. When we hired the two outside consultants, there was a scope on the, and I wish I was in hindsight because I think there's some things that are out of the scope, like minor cannabinoids, like derivatives, like that's a problem. And that wasn't in the scope. So I need to look at it and figure out, did we miss anything outside of the scope? I need time with it.
But scope is as scope does, and that scope doesn't impact our scope.
No, that scope doesn't, but after I brought up,
You know that there's a difference in what scope means.
exactly, this is a scope with a small s, I guess I would say, versus a big S when we have things in scope, but I did ask about minor cannabinoids and you know, we're kind of silent and it's happening.
Yeah.
And so there are some things that might not have made it in and maybe we need to put it into the scope with the big S. So I need time with this document.
Okay, Commissioner Benedict?
Yeah, so just a point about process, if we are asking to receive it first, is that so that we can do a review? And if we have concerns, then we will not release it for public comment right away? And if so, do we need to build in time to have a public meeting to make that decision? Or do we maybe want to delegate to one person, whether it's Commissioner Roy, who has a lot of experience with this, or somebody else, to receive it and decide either we're ready to release this for public comment or we need to hold it for a meeting? I don't want to necessarily delay by saying we receive it and then we have to wait. But if the point is that we receive it in case there are concerns, we need a process by deciding.
But the normal, so again, the normal process would be that that the proposal is released to us, and then what you were saying is you'd like 2 weeks before you have to vote on anything. But it doesn't mean that we have to vote on something in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? I mean, just because we put it on the agenda to vote, it doesn't mean, I mean,
If I may.
please, Commissioner Stebbins, go ahead. Yeah.
In deference to my colleagues, I'm the only one who's had the most time with this subject matter. And it's highly complex. And out of deference to my colleagues, you need the time with this document. I need it. And I've been the most steeped in it. And I need the time with the document. So to your point with process, you know, maybe we pad in a week for concerns, suggestions, you know, whether it's a public meeting or you anonymize it. I can't get it with your names on it because then we violate open meeting law.
But we might be able to have a meeting with her take on it to share with us. I mean, again, I hear what you're saying. I mean, no matter what, we're going to have a meeting. We're going to have to vote on this, right? And it's going to be released to the public, and then there's going to be public.
Well,
You're saying private prior to.
there was the suggestion of potentially putting it out for public comment simultaneous with commissioners reviewing it. And I think I share some of those concerns, only I have no idea what we're going to receive. I probably know the least about what is going to be in this. So my question is, you know, if we get it, do we need to look at it and vote before we put it out for public comment? Or are we comfortable putting it out for public comment, even if it turns out we might have a lot of concerns and make a lot of changes? We can, of course, do that even once it's been out for public comment.
Yeah. Commissioner Roy?
I know you're we go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish this
We
conversation.
normally vote on the draft before it goes out. So maybe Attorney Bruno could come up because I have a question. That's a very, very good question because
Is this Attorney Bruno or Attorney Gooden? Who?
I think we might have to vote on it before prior to vote on the draft.
Because I don't know how you have.
So that's what I'm asking for clarity on,
Yeah.
because I think that discussion, we would normally have this in front of you for a public meeting.
That's great. I'm sorry.
No. It's a good conversation.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So this protocol does not fall under 30A, but I would suggest that it would be a good practice for.
I'm sorry, why does it not fall under?
So this doesn't fall under the chapter in Massachusetts General Laws 30A, the administrative regulatory rules. because it is a separate protocol. However, it would be a good practice that the General Counsel's Office would suggest to receive public input, considering how this will have similar regulatory effect, as in this will trigger licensing, potential enforcement actions. And so it would be important to have public comment on that
We have a
document.
memo regarding protocol versus regulatory change that you have expertly drafted. That, I think that was the point you were making about the,
Yes.
yes, okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Roy.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's news to me because I thought what we were receiving was for both regulation and protocol. So what I'm hearing today is new news to me. It's just protocol.
So if we have not finalized all of this with the testing working group, but if this is pertaining specifically to the protocol, that lives outside of 30A, but it would be best practice for the board to potentially have a vote on the recommendations it would choose to adopt, and then legal with testing and investigations and enforcement can go through the redlining, whether that necessarily requires any redlining in the regulations in addition to the protocols, but
So
that
we
way,
don't know if there will be regulatory changes yet.
correct.
I don't see how there's not. I don't see a way around this. Something in that protocol is going to have impacts in the regulation. They're not like totally mutually exclusive. I don't see how it remains unchanged. I just don't see a.
I don't think you're saying that it remains unchanged. I think that you're stating that this is going to be, and again, primarily protocol, but that it may trigger regulatory changes. And that's, I think, why we need that time before it is released to understand where is it protocol, where is it regulation, how do the twain meet?
Yes. Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair. So I think what would be very helpful, and the reason that legal is suggesting a vote on which recommendations the board would like to adopt, is that shows us the policy decisions that the board would like to implement. And that helps give guidance to staff to exactly the work that we need to execute. Some of these recommendations are intertwined, and so one depends on the other. And so if the board doesn't adopt one, then that means, execution for the other doesn't necessarily follow. So I think that would be a very helpful process for us to have an efficient any redlining, any enforcement impacts. So that would be legal's suggestion.
Commissioner Bennett.
So what I'm hearing then is that given the very high likelihood that regulatory changes will be necessary, that process will then necessitate a full formal notice and comment period. And so given the likelihood of that, it seems in everybody's interest to expedite this first stage as much as possible, because there will be that second phase. So.
Right. I mean, again, we thought that we would be getting the first draft by the end of the year. So that's also, we're now, towards the end of January and we still don't have it. So.
But given that there is going to be that whole second phase where we fully review line by line the regulatory changes with the input of legal, we'll do that in a public meeting, then we'll approve it, then it'll be published. So that gives me less concern about how much opportunity we have to absorb initially.
Commissioner Roy?
I respectfully disagree because it's very complex. We're talking about action limits and species-specific bacteria, and do we get rid of total yeast and mold, and then we test for aspergillus? Like, it's very complex, and we're going to shape it. And so we need to be as informed as we can be to shape it before it goes out for the public. So I can't stress enough, we can't rush that 2-week period so we rush it, because the industry's been waiting. We've been waiting for standardization for years, and we desperately need standardization, but it's very complex in how we get there. And so I need 2 weeks with this document to understand it and to make recommendations. And also I will need to see any track changes made that I need to understand why, like what's asked to be, edited or redacted.
And we can see that from the very beginning, right? We can
all
see
the track changes. So all I can say is we need to become mini experts in this as best we can. If this is gonna be the hardest one, I've been through a lot of reg writing now, and this one will be the hardest one.
Okay, Commissioner Stebbins,
Um,
you've been patient.
No, well, it was a good conversation going back and forth and, understanding obviously where we want to hear input, and obviously a lot of that will be coming from the ITLs that have been working with us over the last year. I guess in terms of giving some direction to our ED, I know in his chart, he's labeled this as a high priority for calendar year 2026. I haven't seen a lot of the rest of the goals. I know we're working through that, but certainly I think because of the ITLs I've heard from, this is what they are anxiously waiting for, that just to set some expectations for the ED and the staff, that this is at the top of the list.
Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to try to summarize here. So
Where is it now? In whose hands?
in legal right now. Yep.
And how long have you had that, Attorney Bruno?
Madam Chair, so this was the final strike that. I joined the working group. I think that was with the December, and the team provided some recommendations for legal review, I think towards the end of December. It was the same week that social consumption was
Right,
due with the Secretary's office.
Yeah.
And then we've had to jump into our next regulatory round with delivery exclusivity. I will say that it is highly technical in nature. It is very complex, and I will applaud Commissioner Roy for this. Has been 2 years worth of work with the independent testing labs. So it's a culmination of multiple years of work. And legal is now joining that team as well. So we're also playing catch up on significant technical work between staff and Commissioner Roy. So it does just take time. I know half the board here is lawyers, and usually lawyers, we run away from science and math. So just be gracious to yourselves. It is just very complex. I don't want to understate that. So in our review, it generally takes time, but I'll turn to.
Yeah, sorry. So I think within that, again, what I think we're taking away from this is this process has started. Obviously, again, a lot of what we need to talk about today is prioritization. I think this is a high priority. So obviously that's why we've covered it quite a bit. I think to the chair's point earlier, in the short term, a framework explanation to make sure everybody understands what is coming and what is being reviewed. Obviously, we've given legal the ability to work around some of the other calendars, which we'll talk about now and on the agenda later, of the other work that's going on. Turn this around, but it does sound like we've now, within the calendar that Attorney Bruno has put together, it would not be a concurrent timeline of an informal comment period. We would want 2 weeks with the commissioners and then an informal comment period, at which point we could kick that off through a public meeting agenda item. Does that sound correct?
I think that makes sense. Are you comfortable with that?
Are you guys comfortable with? I think so, yeah.
Okay, so I will try to turn around the framework explanation requested ASAP. We'll go off the calendar that Attorney Bruno has put together, and we can have that ITL working group update folks on that timeline so that there's an expectation of when that's coming. Obviously, again, the informal comment period is not specific to just the ITLs. Anybody, private sector, other people in the industry that may have a stake in that, obviously may also want to provide feedback.
Can I just, while we have you up here, Attorney Bruno, and this is something that, we'll be talking about when it comes to, if you could help us help you, because, especially with the red tape removal, at the 11th hour, I could understand why too many hands in the pot made it more difficult for you and not easier for you. Having been someone who hired interns, I understand that sometimes having the brightest of minds working with you is sometimes more work until you teach them. But if you could help us figure out, because and I can't remember if I copied you on an email, in talking about, I want to know how this work is being distributed, who is doing it, how we're leveraging all the legal power that we have, but also how do we leverage the external legal talent, if you will, because it's my understanding that prior commissioners, when they were first standing up the commission, had leveraged outside attorneys to help with redlining. Again, I can understand how it may or may not be more difficult for you, but if it does provide some assistance that will allow us to be doing multiple regulatory changes at the same time, or overlapping somewhat, I would love to get your take on how you think we can do that best for you.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. So I just want to make clear, it's certainly not my intent to appear that I'm not asking for help. I will always appreciate help, and I know we have our new AGC on board, so that's wonderful. The concern with hands in the pot, as you stated, is mostly a very technical legal concern. So anything we present to the Secretary in the final document, if there is anything that deviates from what we've noticed, we are subject to legal challenge. So there are very sensitive detail concerns there. So maybe we can work with a non-final document with some other staff, but the hands in the document that will go to the Secretary's office, that's where the concern is coming from. I just don't want to leave the commission at risk if there's track changes that are accepted when we're required to show every redlined amendment, even down to the most minute grammar detail. So that's where the concern is coming from. I did think a little bit more about your suggestion, Madam Chair, as to outside counsel. I think we're at a different point than when the commission was first established, because when the commission was first up and coming, there were no licensees. Nobody had any enforcement risks at that point. The ethics profile was just very different. And so now that we have
no existing conflicts, since we had no licensees to have conflicts.
Exactly. So now if we're having outside firms who may be involved in litigation against the commission or representing licensees or presenting those things, there are ethics conflicts there and conflicts of interest.
Thank you.
And so it's not that we don't want that help, but we want to make sure that the board's regulations, if they're developed, stand. We want those to stand on their own feet.
Excellent point. Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Attorney Bruno. And I see your point clearly on that. And so I'd like to nominate two attorneys in-house that both have regulatory writing, Attorney Carter, who's in the back of the room, and Attorney Porter, who's in our GAP. They both have extensive regulatory writing experience, so we could leverage their expertise in-house to assist you along the way. I think that might be helpful as well.
Yeah, that is my concern that you have. I know there's a lot that's falling on your plate, and I just want to make sure that we're doing what we can as commissioners to move this, because I used to label, the people in the legislature, there was the Senate president or the speaker at the top, and that's the top of the cork of the champagne bottle, and there's constant pressure. We're the ones who are constantly pressuring you because we're getting that pressure from the outside. And I think you've had a better analogy about Commissioner Stebbins, about how we're the ones that are taking the flack incoming, get this done, the industry needs this, and then we're putting it at your feet. So I just want you to know, it's just trying to make sure that we, Commissioner. Right.
And those attorneys would have opportunity to opine during the open comment period. So they do have an opportunity, attorneys who are vested in, testing and what that looks like in Massachusetts would have an opportunity to opine at that point.
Exactly. And if I just may, I think one very successful thing, while I wasn't here for when this happened for social consumption, but I did hear from the board and from the legal department and just staff in general that the initial informal comment period for social consumption really helped provide solid focus for policy areas and then in execution. So I think that process is probably really helpful to speed the next round, because we already see what's coming from the public. We're able to implement that on the front end, although it might take a little bit more time. It can speed the back end. So I think that's a helpful process.
Thank you. All right, good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Again, we're just.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Executive Director Hearn.
Thank you. Organizational culture, just want to highlight a couple things within calendar year 25. Thank the folks on the DEI-JB leadership and staff committees, as well as culture and community group that put together a number of trainings and options for staff. So that was an excellent addition or build up within 25 that goes into 26. the thing I have highlighted here for consideration would be updating the HR policies. Obviously, a phase one was reviewed by Employment Council, and we've discussed with the chair a future agenda item for that. Obviously phased in with all of the other work that we have. And so Hirsch Roberts.
Employment Council has been unavailable, and I literally just got an email from her today. So this will be one of several issues that I'm going to be speaking to her about.
Perfect. And yep, so Hirsch Roberts, obviously.
Commissioner Roy, did you have a?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would do on this section culture, I don't know if you have any more on that.
I was just going to note, so the Hirsch Roberts has reviewed phase one, so we'll go through with that. And then obviously there's a few other phases to go through all of the policies the CPO has been working on with her staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, at one point, our CPO provided us an update with about exit interviews and why are people leaving, what drives them to move on. And it was very insightful when she provided the board that. And so I know we do in exit interviews. I think and that speaks to culture, like why people want to move on. Some part of it could speak to culture. Part of it could be just got an incredible professional opportunity, but they're very insightful. So if we could have that update again, and the ones that, some of the reasons that folks were leaving did directly speak to culture. So I think it would be helpful to get that exit interview overview.
Thank
again.
you.
Absolutely. I will work with the chair on
Yeah.
potential agenda item.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So 8 was a goal that was split into 3. Some of the items within it overlap, so we broke it into 8A, B, C. The first was create the CCRP. The working group, the steering working group was created at the very end of calendar year 25. The lead of that is the chief of research. That group also includes the sponsors of the chair, Commissioner Roy, the CFAO, and the CPO, as well as additional members of the research team and digital and creative services in terms of branding and a few other things. So obviously the overarching goal here is firewalling research to be able to do its mission. That then speaks later to the policymaking support goal as well of how these are interconnected, but also maximizing the grant access that we currently are a little bit prohibited with the structure that we've had from inception.
I think they were raised at the last meeting, and I'd asked Dr. Johnson, because I think that this is part of making an argument to the legislature about funding something like this, but also having a conversation with the folks at UMass that are also interested in doing, other scientific research, especially in conjunction with their, highly regarded School of Agriculture. It seems to me that our CFAO said it would be fairly easy to set up a trust, an independent trust, where we could actually start, it's my understanding that we're leaving, several $100,000, not that that's, a lot of money, but it's enough money to get some stuff done. And that we could be leaving several $100,000 on the table, that our team, they're doing great work. They could qualify for these grants. It could possibly subsidize some of the work that we're doing. So I had suggested, CFAO Schlegel had said, yeah, we could probably set that up. So I think sooner rather than later, because that not only will demonstrate the excellent work that our team's doing, it also shows that there are financial incentives for us to do what we should be doing anyway. And then I think that it stands as a data point when we're trying to get funding, that we could actually take some of that money, but be more efficient in terms of using public resources to get the job done. So if we can I don't know how hard it is. I mean, you go to a bank instead of a trust. I don't know how hard it is.
So most of that, thank you, Madam Chair, most of that goes through the comptroller. And so the CFAO has worked for a lot of the last calendar year as well with the chief of research on discovery.
See, she moved. I was looking for her over there.
So we have had those discussions to your point. Yep. So I think that will be a major component of the steering working group and excited to get that going. The expansion of the open data platform to a certain extent overlaps with a lot of discussions we've had. Adding COAs to the metric product catalog, talking about aggregate testing data, all with a target launch of March of 26. I note a couple things here. I think additionally, a lot of some of the information that folks ask us for, I would say, comes out of our licensing software. So it goes back originally to the point as well. I think we can do a lot more if we are given the opportunity to invest in our IT infrastructure. A lot of the data that we get requested from comes from Metric. Metric, we are able to utilize a little bit more easily than Mass CIP, for example. So again, investing in technology, I think, gets folks in the legislature, the commissioners as policymakers, the industry more information if we're able to do that more efficiently. So it's a little bit of investing in it, and it's a little bit of continuing to build on and expanding what we're able to put out. And then policymaking support I just referenced here. Obviously, you took receipt of the delivery exclusivity report, made a policy decision based on that. The next report that's coming to you from our research team will be the ICPS report, which I believe was already delivered to the commissioners and is normally scheduled for March of 2026. And we are also obviously assuming that there will be some additional things outside of the normal cycle of research that may come, especially given some of the federal changes.
Remind me, what's ICPS?
Policy study. Yep. And so you should,
We already received it.
if it hasn't, it should be coming to you shortly. It's scheduled for a public meeting normally in March, so I think it should be coming to you if it hasn't already.
Commissioner Roy?
Okay, I will follow up with research.
Yeah, and also if any recommendations were made to retract changes to redact, remove, I'd like to see those as well.
Okay, I'll follow up
Thank you.
with research on that as well.
Mr. Stebbins, did you have a?
No, I was just saying, I haven't received it yet.
My apologies. I've read it. It's a great read. You're gonna love it. Okay.
Don't blow it from me.
I won't ruin the ending. Okay, if we go to the next slide, please, final slide.
Sorry.
I know it's not timely for the International Cannabis Policy Study report, but the next one would go back to that industry, as we refer to the industry report. So going back to the open data, my hope is the next industry report, the research team will be able to look at that open data, aggregate open data as well. And that should play a big role in that report because we'll have the COAs up in the product catalog. We'll have aggregate data that's not anonymized. And so I think that's going to be a great tool for the research team and it will help inform that report as well.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Thank you.
Okay, we have the next slide. Perfect. So this is the last set here. And then obviously any questions that we didn't go through. So the 5-year strategic plan for equity programming had been in the works. We did have a couple discussions that may impact where we would want to go with that. So I did put that on hold for the moment. A couple items specifically that I think the board will come back to when appropriate would be the DIA map. We had a listening session. We had that discussion. It did come up with UMass Donahue presenting to us recently. Obviously, we've talked about a couple things going on at the federal level as well that may impact how we would approach a 5-year strategic plan. I do think, I put 4 here in terms of significance. I do think that it makes sense to carry that goal forward, although the commission may want to discuss how they would like that goal written.
Do
But
we have that already? That plan? Do I have?
no, I'm sorry. That was, again, not completed in calendar year 25. Some of the items that we pivoted to, like the DA map discussion, I was waiting to see kind of how that resolved to put in the plan.
Oh, the other Donahue report.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Um,
Commissioner Roy?
Along those lines, for that goal, I'm requesting, Madam Chair, at some point, if we could put Vernon Hill on the agenda, invite that nice gentleman to our meeting for that day. I do have the census tract information on Vernon Hill, and if the executive director could share it with my colleagues,
Certainly.
that would be helpful. So just requesting for a future meeting consideration of Vernon Hill.
Explain that to Commissioner Benedon or?
Oh, so part of the disproportionately impacted areas were designated based on a study. And subsequently, another study was done by the UMass Donahue Institute that recommended more communities be added to the map. I believe there's 30 communities now, and they had recommended, based on census tract data, demographics, I believe
Racial composition.
racial composition, poverty, and arrest rates in certain communities, that we add more communities to expand opportunity. And so there's been pushback. We did hear, we had a public hearing and it was very well attended. And, you know, my thought was, let's adopt the report, accept it, and we can use it as a tool. Doesn't mean we have to like automatically accept all the communities. And so, for instance, like we have communities on the islands that have to go to New Bedford to you know, it doesn't really make sense in some instances. And so there was a gentleman here who's been formerly incarcerated, and he shared a story with us, and he's from the legacy market and wants to be in the legal market. And he lives right up the hill in Vernon Hill, literally up the hill in Vernon
And
Hill.
he made us both cry.
And he made us both cry. And so I have the census data now for Vernon Hill, and it's up to us to decide if we want to accept or adopt a new community. And so I'd love to be able to accept Vernon Hill. And he wants to live his dream out and start a business, and it was quite compelling. And so anyway, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, for getting the information. And I just wanted to request on a future meeting, Vernon Hill.
So I think that the issue is, and again, because this is our only opportunity for all four of us to be here. So the issue is, you know, we spent over $200,000 on the report. It's been done, you know, and we haven't accepted the report. The report and analysis is sound. It was done a second time to take into account additional layers of racial sensitivity. You know, and we did hear from some people who are in the market now, they don't want anybody else in because they don't want to have to compete for the funds. And so that's, you know, that's certainly something to consider because one of the biggest hurdles, as we found in the last Dunning report, is access to capital. So, you know, that's not necessarily an illogical thought, but it also doesn't help our friends from Glenn and Help. So I think that what we should do is consider putting the report on the agenda to accept it. But as we did when the report was first brought to us, I think Commissioner Camargo just said, we're putting in Lawrence. It was in the report, and we could do that without this report. We can pick and choose. So I think we need to, once again, finish looking at that report, make a determination, and then figure out what we're going to do. But I think that Commissioner Roy is making an interesting argument for why we might want to do what we did for Commissioner Camargo, which is just put Lawrence in. So we can make that happen. Yes, Mr. Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the conversation. Happy to work with Commissioner Roy on this because, as I've mentioned in previous meetings, I have a problem as well with census tracts being used and cutting people off because it's literally, I can be across the street, as the gentleman who spoke up said. So happy to work with her on that. I'd love to bring back a more complete solution as to how we not only address census tracts in Western.
We're always going to have somebody across the street.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, I mean, I'm just saying. So could you actually maybe do some analysis as to whether or not we should get rid of all the census tracts? I mean, should we not be doing this by geography? Because there's always going to be somebody that's across the street
Always
that doesn't
Absolutely.
get in. So I would love you to, because maybe we just take rid of all those census tracts. And then that might, you know, I mean, again, and that might, but we also, if we start tinkering with what we did with sound analysis, with the direction of some members of the board, some not, with your direction. Frankly, you voted on the scope of this way back when, and we were looking at specifically at census tracts. So I just don't know if you go down that rabbit hole that we're just looking at somebody being across the street, then ultimately we should have no across the street. So, go ahead.
Oh, if I might, and just quick clarification on the last Donahue report. The scope for that was laid out by our predecessors on the commission. We got the report after the scope of work had been done, but again.
You voted for that report, accepting that one.
No, they never voted on it. They tabled it.
Oh, I thought your name was on it.
It is.
Oh, all
It
right,
is,
okay.
as it's presented
It's
to us.
presented, okay.
But no, happy to kind of work through this and hopefully resolve how we approach that. Because again, we don't want that gentleman or any other, you know, potential qualified individual to miss out again, just because they happen to be on the other side of the street. But again, happy to continue this conversation at another public meeting.
Right, Commissioner Rice.
So in the Donohue report, it does speak to that in census tracts, and it's like, basically, it's the best option versus block by block. So they like, here across the street, they kind of talk to that in the report and why they went with census tracts. So I just wanted to flag that for everybody. There's kind of like an explanation in the report.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions? No, Executive Director Ahern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think to that point, obviously, some of those things and any changes to those qualifications, those types of things will impact the SEP criteria, application process. And so that's where I'm looking for, once I have clarity from everybody, I think we can take that next stage with the strategic plan. I would recommend that we have that continue on as a goal, but obviously that's up to the commissioners. For regulatory modernization, that was the original goal. I've basically transitioned that here in the September report. At the time that red tape removal working group had been discussed and eventually created, that group is later on in the agenda, so I won't steal the thunder from the sponsors of that. But I would say that the priority, the focus of that from my perspective is to prioritize. I think there's going to be a phenomenal amount of information that comes out of that. And obviously we'll also talk about later kind of the regulatory timelines and how we can get a lot of that accomplished. So that group has kicked off, and that is later on the agenda from the commissioners. Promulgating social consumption specifically, obviously that goal was completed, although technically it was not completed in calendar year 25 because the secretary approved it on January 2nd, 26. But I think otherwise, obviously that was accomplished. The implementation has 4 new working groups, and just want to give a quick update on that. The working group external consulting teams are approaching kickoffs here. The project management team has built out the deliverable register so that the leads are ready to go. Sponsors on those groups as well will get any updated documentation. And I think at that, I just wanted to highlight one other thing because I think a couple commissioners mentioned some of the good feedback that we got on a variety of things, whether it's positive or negative feedback. Feedback is good feedback. At the MMA, it was interesting to see a number of the town council firms that are represented at MMA with booths on the floor had some level of how they were approaching for their clients, the communities, social consumption. So that was very helpful to see. We did grab any of those documents that they had to bring it back for the working groups to have access to as well. And obviously the local advisory group and where communities are going for those things is going to be extremely helpful. So obviously transitioning this goal to 26 is about implementation, not the regs.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. To the ED, just kind of going back one to regulatory modernization. The social consumption regs is officially published January 2nd, 2026. Also included badging changes, which is a big convenience or, relaxing a regulatory burden on all of our licensees. Can you give me a sense of how we're going about kind of effectuating that change for our licensees?
Certainly. So a couple of those items obviously take a little bit longer for rollout. So right now that will be a task within the implementation that will be probably generally related to building it into our IT infrastructure. Specifically Mass CIP, which I mentioned earlier, is one of the ones that we work through with JD Software. So that step, that will be a task within implementation of that regulatory package that will include working with our third-party vendors, which generally will bump out the timeline, and the IT team will do a great job working with I&E to get that accomplished. So once I have that task assigned and we have an ETA on it, we'll give regular updates of implementation to the board at probably monthly intervals at the discretion of the chair. So badging specifically, I would say, has a little bit longer of a lead time. Now, interestingly, as the chair and Commissioner Roy heard at our red tape removal working group meeting, it was a bit news to some folks in the room that there were other changes like wasting with
Snacks.
and snacks. So I do think things that are more easily, that can be rolled out sort of immediately, that we need to be separating some of those items and getting that information out to licensees, communities, various stakeholders. So we took that feedback away from that group that we should probably be splitting those types of things. Now, badging, unfortunately, is one that will take a little bit more time with a third party, build that into the IT infrastructure, but other items that are more immediate, I think we can start to phase these things, get that information out, make sure people are comfortable with that. So I think that answers the question.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, comment. It does. I appreciate that. So some of those wording media changes, the selling of, prepackaged stable food items, the wasting, is that communicated via a bulletin or some type of update that goes out to licensees through Mass CIP? What's the best method of doing that?
Let me come back to you on the full, I would say kind of everything available, generally speaking, especially based on the feedback that I got in that meeting that people were generally not aware. Obviously, you all had robust discussions on wasting, but I do recall that was probably over the summer. And so I think we do need to refresh all of that, and then we would generally use all the means. There was a question about using the banner on Mass CIP and Metric to provide some information. We did have that discussion in that context with licensees, but I'll work with both IT and comms and digital on getting all of those things out, including bulletins and those types of things. And Madam Chair, there's a question to my left.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and great questions, Commissioner Stebbins. Yeah, we did discuss the banner, and the feedback was that licensees really aren't in Mass CIP every day, but they're in Metric every day. So, if you really want to get message to them, Metric is the better of the two options. But for those two things like wasting and the shelf stable snacks, maybe like even simple tweets or posts on our social media, just quick update, what's new, and these two items are new, could be helpful.
We have like emails that go out.
Yep, we'll do bulletins, social media.
Yeah, but I was shocked at the amount of people that were unaware of the shelf stable snacks and the 2-to-1 agents for wasting.
Okay. Going on, anybody else have any questions? Excuse me, I'll ask the CTIO, are we able to get that up on Metric? Do you mind? Because I know that I think you were the one who suggested, one might be better than the other.
Thank you, Chair. So the issue with Metric is there's only a static banner, cannot do a banner by licensee, and there's no automated way to send, even if there was currently. So it would have to be a reminder to everyone on Metric to check their, which we use the term, I think, banner fatigue.
Yeah.
Is there too many banners? They just get ignored eventually. So that is the concern. The other suggestion that was made, it was SMS push texting messaging, and we are looking at that from a couple of different angles.
That'd be the best, actually. The push text would be, think about CVS, like, when you get that your prescription's ready, it's going back on the shelf by Tuesday if you don't get like a
QR code.
Yeah. So that would be optimal.
And we're looking into it, a couple of different options on how we might be able to approach that.
Thank you, and thanks for keeping ahead of it. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul.
Knowing that I can't even program my own phone and how reliant upon you I am. So thank you. All right, the Executive Director, you can, what I was going to suggest is, and I'll get a consensus, that if we could sort of wrap up this walkthrough, take a break until noon. If anybody needs to order lunch or anything, they can facilitate that now. We'll come back at noon and then maybe take a lunch break at 1 o'clock. Does that work for everybody here? Do you want to just finish?
Absolutely.
I think you're.
That can be quick, yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so for the organizational structure, I would note not a lot of substantive changes made due to kind of reliance on budget. I would note one thing that I'm looking to work with the commissioners on as we move forward is really implementing state auditor finding number 5, which is segregating duties of senior leadership, and coming back to the board through the chair in the future on ways that we may accomplish that. And so happy to come back with that. Obviously, again, I think a priority, but happy to prioritize that as the commission sees fit.
All right, thank you. Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up I know we've had an internal working group doing some of the post-audit work to get us to I think a 6-month turnaround to respond to the state auditor's office. You only because SAO is mentioned in those goals. Can you just kind of give us an update as to how we're meeting that timeline?
Absolutely. If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. So the CFAO is the lead of what we've formalized as the internal audit review working group. So it'll be standing for sort of the next time. Obviously, there's a 3-year cycle for the auditor's office. The OIG can pick things up as needed and those types of things. So that group has been established and has the deadline in February. I would anticipate that we could have an update on any deliverables or items that we have still in progress at the February meeting with a February deadline, which will be the sort of 6-month turnaround time that naturally comes with a report from a standard report from the SAO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to recess until 12 noon.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Bennett?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, call the roll. All those in favor say aye. I oppose. The ayes have it. We will be back here at noontime and again lunch at 1 o'clock. Here with that. Okay. 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 We are live and we are back and people can hear us. So, Director Hearn, you have gotten through the goals chart, so we will let you continue with moving forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given that we did the licensing report at our earlier January meeting, that's all I have. I would ask, obviously, we can do it today, or I can work with the chair on a future agenda item. Obviously, we would need to be transitioning into 2026 goals. So anything that the board may need in addition to this report, closing out 2025, or anything else I can put together for you. Obviously, we're needing to prioritize a substantial amount of work. We'll discuss a little bit later today, and we've discussed in the past. So really any direction from the board on this going from 25 to 26, or if it's just a future agenda item, that's fine as well.
Going from, I guess I'm missing, when you say going from 25 to 26, I mean, are you saying we have an opportunity? Because obviously those are goals. Some of them are complete, some of them are not complete. So this is sort of in transit, if you will. So I may have a couple of additional goals
Absolutely.
that I would like to, to have my fellow commissioners consider that we add to this live document, if you will. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Benedict?
I had a question about the goals. I know that at a future meeting, we will have a more robust discussion of goal setting for the coming year. But I am wondering, given that so much of what we do really is budget dependent in terms of priorities, and that we are on a fiscal year for purposes of the budget, would it make sense for the goals to align with our budget and do that on a fiscal year? What is there's a history to
I think
that.
we changed it. Yeah.
Okay.
Executive Director.
So thank you, Madam Chair. That's one of the things I noted in here. One, it should be noted as well within this, which is I think referenced in the document, we've transitioned all staff from what was formerly a calendar year performance evaluation to a fiscal year. So we are now on that process. What you may want to consider, and obviously you're happy to work however the board wants to do it, is to set an 18-month period for goals to transition from calendar year to fiscal year or something like that. And obviously having 6-month check-ins or something to that effect. I use this obviously working with the board who does my performance evaluation to sort of update you on where these goals are. But ultimately what myself, but also the rest of staff who we transition a lot of these goals into individual, chief, director, manager, staff goals based on these. And so it would be helpful to get some direction on what the priorities are, even if you choose to transition into more of a fiscal year basis. So that's really where I'm just looking for. I think there wasn't a lot of disagreement on where some of these from 25 transition to 26, but I think to the chair's point, what this report doesn't have is what you may want to be adding to the equation within that prioritization.
Any further comment? No. Commissioner Roy, did you want to? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So are we done? And now moving to staff recommendations on change of ownership. And I think director, do I keep giving her manager Defoe. I keep giving you a promotion. Great job. So
Good morning.
morning. All right. So we have one change of ownership license.
Yes, the licensee here is Free Market Massachusetts LLC. They are seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 1 individual. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments to Manager Defoe regarding this recommendation? Hearing none. Commissioner Benedict, do I hear a motion to approve the provisional license of Free Market MA LLC?
Change of ownership.
Oh, did I say? Oh,
You
change
said
of ownership. Sorry, change of ownership of Free Market. Repeat. I seek a motion to approve the change of ownership for Free Market Mass LLC. Commissioner Benedict, do I hear that?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I call the roll. Commissioner Benedict.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It is approved unanimous.
Chair.
Yes.
A couple of things on changes of ownership. I don't know, at some point we would consider motion language to prioritize financially distressed or the ones that are in receivership in the queue. And secondly, I would request to the executive director what our process is on changes of ownership and speaking with stakeholders. It's my understanding that other jurisdictions, it's less cumbersome, less red tape, if you will, for lack of a better expression, and it moves more seamlessly. And this is no discredit to our staff because I know they do a deep dive and a due diligence review, and these are very complex. You know, there's holding companies and parent companies and grandparent companies. So, but I'd like to have a better understanding of what other jurisdictions do. I believe, oh gosh, I forget which jurisdiction, but basically you just phone it in and you send an email that you're adding individual or, and my understanding is adding and removing individuals is a little easier than adding and removing entities. So if the board could get an overview on what the process is and what other jurisdictions are doing, and could be considered part of red tape removal, I'd be curious.
And if I can raise, because one of the stakeholders said to us that sometimes when they're trying to do a change of ownership, that there's a lot of a deep dive that go into the sellers. And it's sort of like they're trying to remove themselves. They don't want to be regulated. They want to get out. And so I understand a robust review of the people who are going to come in and now be responsible to us and the citizens of Massachusetts and the consumers and patients. But what is the requirement about the due diligence that we have to do for people who want to leave? Do you know that? Is that regulatory? Is that statutory? I don't know why we do it. Otherwise, they're just, and having been through a process where it was delayed by months, I don't know how you can keep someone in who wants to be out, who says I'm out. So I don't understand that process.
So one thing we could do in the short term, Director of Licensing could come through and just go give you a high level on the changes of ownership, or again, as I believe Commissioner Roy asked for, kind of a change summary of process and then layering in what would most likely be our government affairs team comping other jurisdictions.
So,
Would you like to do that? Oh,
she was very.
I didn't realize she could get here that quickly.
What is the requirement? Because it seemed to make sense. I mean, obviously doing the due diligence and what you do, we need to know who we're doing business with, whether or not they, are suitable, whether they're compliant. But when someone's trying to leave, what is what is our regulatory or statutory requirement to button that all up? And do we care? I mean, that's a terrible question, but do we?
So we typically require somebody that's listed on the license to inform us and give us an attestation from the individual that they are leaving. The reason for that is because sometimes, let's say a licensee might not actually want to be removed, so we can't just take the word of whoever's writing to us to say, please remove X, Y, and Z off the license record.
Excuse me, when did the policy of allowing a simple attestation from the person leaving the corporation, when did that?
I would have to look back. I mean, it was prior to my time. I really don't know. I would imagine I joined September 2024, so it was prior to that.
Okay. Because I also, and this is also, I had heard, and I know that there's litigation involved, but I had heard that someone had believed that they had, over 9.9% ownership and control, but they put in a significant amount of money and then they found out they weren't. So we do require that?
Yes. So typically we require an attestation. I mean, there are situations where, let's say, unfortunately a CEO passed away. Obviously in that situation, you cannot get an attestation for that removal. But yeah, definitely you can get some sort of proof, but that's typically the process. But to your point, they don't have to go through an actual change of ownership application the same way when you want to add somebody. It's typically they just inform us through the licensing email. So they'll write saying, please be informed that I no longer want to be on this license.
The person being removed has to file an attestation.
Typically, yes, unless they're the ones emailing us. If they're the ones emailing us to let us know that they are going to be removed, we take that as, their request. So if I want to be removed off the license and I'm just typing myself saying, please remove me off the license.
We're worried about like a hostile takeover. Is
Mhm.
that-
Is that what, sorry?
Like, basically, you want to know that the seller is an agreeable party to this.
Right, right. To ensure everybody's aware. And then what we typically would also like to know is where their shares might go. So if they, have, for example, 30% ownership, kind of where are those being divested?
Okay. But does that person, when they send that attestation, do they have to tell you where it's going, or can they just say, I'm leaving, and then the successors or the successors in equity ownership, what is that process?
So typically, and I need to correct, you can also remove yourself as part of a change of ownership, in the sense that if I'm doing a change of ownership to add someone in my application, I can also say, please remove X, Y, and Z. And at that time, we will also ask, where are those shares going? And typically they'll say, they're being reabsorbed into the pool, or whatever the reason may be, or it might just be redistributed among the people so it's different scenarios.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Mhm.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as we pick up on this conversation around changes of ownership, potentially effectuating faster changes, I think one thing that would be of interest to me is we've seen the evolution of employee ownership not taking over a change of ownership. And it obviously is great for the employees. The company itself obviously is allowed to take advantage of a lot of federal tax benefits, which other licensees. I'd be curious to hear from your team how we look at those. And those might be things that we may want to make easier if we want to encourage that type of transaction going on.
So for those scenarios, those are usually turned over to our FIT team, the financial investigation team with the investigations unit. So they do all the review of entity-based changes of ownership. So anytime something like that comes up, they will do their due diligence. So I don't know if we want to invite.
It's okay. I'm just saying, if we're continuing this conversation, I think we're seeing the value of ESOPs, Commissioner Roya, and I've been in one, and just the feeling you get from the employees that are there that now feel that they're an owner of this business is different. But just as we have this conversation, let's look at different ways we can make that easier, since usually an employee is not picking up more than that 10%. Obviously, we're waiting on regulatory changes that may change that even more. So
Right.
Just so I'd like to have that conversation.
I'll let the executive director,
Yeah.
just, he was.
Madam Chair, I would just note, the Commissioner Stebbins noted regulatory change. I think he meant legislative changes, because the legislature is looking at those ownership limits. And then I would just kind of summarize to the Commissioner Roy's point. We can put together a summary of this process. Obviously, Director of Licensing has covered some of it, but there are other questions, I think. Bring that back. Also have the Government Affairs team check in on other jurisdictions, layer that in. And then if the chair would like to have an agenda item based on that discussion, if there's any following questions, go from there.
Commissioner Roya?
Yeah, and that is important that you noted that the legislature is looking at adjusting ownership and control. And so by that, sliding that scale, I think you might see more of these transactions. And I think this is it's very right to have this conversation and to bring this back, because we might want to look to how to streamline the process. If it makes sense, because not only for you guys in licensing, right? If you're going to see an influx of these come in as a result of the new legislation, then, maybe maybe spend less time on the seller. Maybe we can figure out ways to make that makes sense for the board and for you and your staff.
Definitely.
Yeah, so this is just like looking at red tape from this angle and what makes sense to maybe streamline the
Definitely.
process.
Yep. Thank you.
Agreed.
It's all about you, traffic delays.
I know, Olivia, we're just.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that commentary. Does anybody else have any additional questions? Hearing none, we will move on to recommendations on license renewal. Commissioner Stebbins has a condition regarding smoky leaf. So MRR 207450. So let us take that one out of order. And Manager Defoe, if you want to speak to us about Smoky Leaf, I don't think we need anything, or do I just need your condition?
I can offer my condition.
Yeah, why
at the
don't you just
appropriate
offer
point.
your condition on this one?
Sure. My proposed condition with Smoky Leaf MRR 207450 is within 30 business days of approval of application for renewal. Contact the CCC licensing division to provide a response on their current progress towards goals in their diversity plan in accordance with 935 CMR 500.1034B and 935 CMR 500.1011C8K. Just for clarification, I think they double loaded a document and put their progress on their positive impact plan into where the diversity plan update document might have gone. So it's just to get their clarification on that.
Okay, Commissioner Roy?
And just flagging something for our discussion, not for today, but down the road, is when we had Dr. Melnick here and we went over the exclusivity report. I don't know if my colleagues remember that all of the EEA, SCP folks that participated in responding back, with the respondents, said that the diversity plans and the positive impact plans were a huge source of red tape. And although well-intended when they were created, I don't know if the effect has matched the intent. And so when we had our red tape removal meeting here, overwhelmingly, folks would like us to see us sunset those documents, but also perhaps provide other ways that could be more impactful. And you know, the limitations of the DIA map with 30 communities make these things very challenging to execute if you live in Charlemont or you live, you know, Martha's Vineyard. So, you know, suggestions were provide options, donating to the Social Equity Trust Fund, or perhaps posting all of your positions on our Equity Hub. And how do we become more impactful in if these documents aren't having the intended effect and they're just becoming time intensive, capital intensive, labor intensive without the outcomes, measurable outcomes? What can we do? Can we look at those leadership rankings and how do we use those? So just flagging it that I've heard overwhelmingly that positive impact plans and these diversity plans are not, they're a lot of work and they're not delivering on what the intent was. So just throwing it out there.
Thank you. This will be something with our team that we will be considering in the future. So with that, we will take the renewal of the license for Smoky Leaf with Commissioner Stevens's conditions. Commissioner Stevens, I will entertain a motion to approve this renewal of license for Smoky Leaf with the conditions that you have enunciated.
So moved.
Commissioner Benedon, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stevens?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Smoky Leaf renewal is passed unanimously. And now we are going to the rest of them, which are voted on as a group, starting with 1 Inc. and ending with 29 Sanctuary Medicinals. I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments for Manager Defoe. If not, Commissioner Stevens, I will entertain a motion to approve these license renewals as a group.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Benedon?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stevens?
Aye.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. These are passed unanimously. Now we are moving on to the provisional licenses. Manager Defoe.
The applicant here is Massachusetts Cannabis Inc., doing business as COSA. The proposed location is 470 Main Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking a marijuana product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review as a minority-owned business. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions regarding Wachusett Cannabis Inc., number MPN 282367? Hearing no questions, I will I will ask for a motion to approve this provisional license. Commissioner Benedon, will you make that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon,
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. That is passed unanimously. Then we will move on to Wachusett Cannabis, number MRN 285408.
The applicant here is Wachusett Cannabis Inc., doing business as COSA. The proposed location is 470 Main Street, located in Clinton. They are seeking a marijuana retail license. This applicant received expedited review as a minority-owned business. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this provisional license recommendation? Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, will you move to approve this provisional license recommendation supported by staff? Do you make that motion? Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. They pass, that passes unanimously. Then we will vote as a group on the recommendation for final licenses, and there are two final license recommendations, and I'll just state them. Hennepin Cultivation LLC MC282282 and Hennepin Cultivation LLC MP281766. Are there any questions or comments that the commissioners have regarding these final license recommendations? Hearing none.
Yes.
Commissioner
that's a question.
Stebbins.
Tuka, would you have any idea or any background on how long it took for Hennep Cultivation LLC to move through the licensing process? Just other dates in terms of when they got their provisional.
If you can give me just 1 second, I can check for you.
Thank you. We can proceed with the vote. It's not going to hold me up from voting. It's just a question.
All right, Suko, if you want to get that to him afterwards, and we're just about finished here, do you want her to get you this offline, maybe during lunch, or are you?
Sure, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
just curious.
All right, so then I will, Suko, if you can just get that to Commissioner Stebbins during lunch, that would be great. And frankly, that would be good for all of us to know, to understand that. So anyway, Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion to approve these two final licenses?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. There's one responsible vendor training renewal. It's MACCTI LLC. Manager Defoe, any comments on this recommendation?
The applicant here is MACCTI LLC. They are seeking to be renewed for an additional 2-year certification to provide basic core curriculum training in the Responsible Vendor Training Program. Since their original certification date, they have provided instruction for 1,030 marijuana establishment and medical marijuana treatment center agents. Commission staff has reviewed the application for compliance with applicable laws and regulations and are presenting it for the commission's review and vote.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Hearing none. Commissioner Stebbins, do I have a motion to approve this renewal of the responsible vendor training licensee?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. And I don't think that we have anything left on license recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
All right, now we are moving on to open meeting law and release of executive session minutes. I'll let Commissioner Benedon talk about this, although it is my understanding that we don't have a policy finalized on us to vote on today. We will get to that likely in the next meeting. But I'm pleased because Commissioner Benedon used to run the open meeting law office for the Attorney General's office, so she brings unique expertise to this role. As many people know, we've had a number of open meeting law violations that we have had to respond to from the Attorney General's office, requiring us to release executive session minutes and to make these meetings that should have been held in public more transparent to the public in terms of what happened. So thanking Commissioner Benedon, if she could talk about what she thinks about our policies, where do you think we stand as an organization, and what is some of the work that you've done to color your recommended policy changes in the future?
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. And this is a bit of a continuation of our discussion from the last meeting when we began this discussion, and I said that for the February meeting, I would propose a policy. So I want to explain what I've done in the meantime and what we should be looking forward to for the next meeting. So as an overview, I've talked to people within the commission to figure out what our current process is with regard to executive session minutes in particular. And it is evident that although we have a practice, and I think a fairly consistent practice, we do not have a clear written policy as to how we handle minutes. And so that is what I am going to be recommending we formally adopt at our next meeting. Currently, what we do is that our legal team has a representative who joins the executive sessions and takes detailed notes and prepares a draft of those minutes. And then periodically, as required by the open meeting law, the general counsel reviews the draft executive session minutes, which I understand are fairly detailed, but perhaps not finalized in the form of meeting minutes. The general counsel reviews those periodically. It's done on a triennial basis, so approximately every 4 months, and makes a recommendation regarding those executive session minutes and whether the matter should continue to be withheld or whether the matter is resolved such that the minutes can be released to the public. The practice to date has been, as I
just give the sort of general outline. Why is it that we don't just release these on a monthly basis as we do with our other, you know what I mean? Can you just sort of talk about what is it that triggers the need to release? You know, again, we have 101 attendees, so, you know,
Sure.
Making sure that we're obviously, we understand some of this, but people out there might not understand, you know, why this has been such an important, you know, issue to me is what is the process of all public agencies that are meeting in executive session and how they can even withhold those minutes in the first place?
Absolutely. So this is sourced in the open meeting law, which allows public bodies like our commission to meet an executive session for any of 10 enumerated purposes. And so provided that one of those 10 purposes applies to the nature of our discussion, we can meet an executive session. And then the open meeting law states that we may withhold those minutes from the public for as long as the purpose for the executive session remains ongoing, but no longer. And once the purpose for the executive session has ended, the minutes should be released in the sense that they are available to the public upon request. We can choose to put them on our website if we want to, or we can just determine that they are no longer being withheld. And if someone asks for them, we will provide them. So our approach in that regard is really up to us, whether we want to put released minutes on the website or whether we want to just make sure that everybody knows they are available, that they are upon request. So that's part of what I will propose for next week. Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Benedon. You've jumped in 2 feet into the deep end on this, and we're so grateful to you. So my question is around the executive session minutes. That it sounds like we had a past practice, but not a written policy. And so personally, I would like to review all the minutes before I vote on whether to withhold or release. And I don't feel like I've been afforded that opportunity because I've asked to go in executive session numerous times because I didn't have enough context as to what I was voting on. And so I think it would be enormous. And I'm, you know, those that know me, I've always advocated for the utmost transparency, and I'll continue to do that. especially around these executive session minutes, because there is this like cloak of secrecy with executive session. We go behind closed doors and, and there's 10 enumerated purposes. And also, I love clarity on reasons to withhold versus release. And I wrote down what you said, as long as the purpose for executive session remains ongoing, but no longer. So if the purpose for executive session has expired on a matter, we can no longer withhold. Is that correct?
We can no longer withhold the minutes under the open meeting law. Then what we may do, if the purpose under the open meeting law that justified the executive session is over, then the minutes are no longer withheld under the open meeting law. They may, however, be redacted to protect attorney-client privilege or for any reason that the public records law allows. So the public records law contains a number of exceptions, personnel, security, things like that. And so we can make them available to the public, but potentially with redactions for those reasons.
Can you clarify personnel? Because that does not include our conversations about the executive director, it's my understanding.
That has to be done in open session.
Yes, that has to be done in open session unless we are discussing character or some other issues, yes.
Well, I want to be careful not to overstep here.
Sure.
Because I'm speaking only from my own background.
Right.
We do have a very capable general counsel who we should defer to as our legal advisor. So I want to make clear that I'm only giving my own, background knowledge on this matter. We can go into executive session to discuss matters related to contract negotiation, strategy with respect to contract negotiation, discipline or dismissal of an employee, regardless of who that employee is. I'm not aware of any exception for an executive director. What you might be referring to is that general discussions of performance, like reviewing whether an executive director has performed the annual goals that were established. That sort of performance evaluation is not appropriate for executive director, or I'm sorry, for executive session. But in terms of certain people being eligible for discussion in executive session, but not others, I don't think that that is a distinction. It's really the nature of the discussion, not who the person is.
Okay, Commissioner Roy.
That's very helpful. Thank you so much. My question is around the bar for redactions. And as secretary, so my fear is, okay, the board votes to release, and then all we have is pieces of paper that are completely blacked out or mostly blacked out. So as secretary, would you be able to look at it or the board pre-redaction, because we might not agree with the redactions?
Commissioner Benedon.
If as a board, we decide that that should be our policy, that redactions are done either by the secretary or by the board by agreement rather than legal counsel, that's something I would be willing to do. I can say, and this was kind of the next point that I was going to, that in preparing to propose a policy, I reached out to a number of general counsels and attorneys who support other state boards and commissions in Massachusetts just to find out what their policies are with regard to executive session. And I learned that there is quite a range, right, from some that really have no policy, some that never go into executive session, some that really have no policy, some that have a practice, kind of like us, and some that are really do have a documented, clear, consistent practice. And there is a range in terms of what is delegated fully to legal counsel to handle and what matters the board actually involves itself in reviewing. And so I think that that is something that is not dictated by law, but that is up to us to decide. And so if we as a board decide that we want to be the ones to review the redactions, make the redactions and agree with them, that's something that we can do. I will say that in my conversations, most other boards and commissions fully defer to legal counsel to handle that sort of task. That doesn't mean we have to. That's
Could we make the decision about what should or should not be redacted?
I see no reason that we couldn't if we decide we want that to be our approach, rather than delegating that responsibility to somebody like general counsel.
All right, Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, and I've respectfully pushed back during previous executive sessions because I felt the purpose had expired for the executive session, but the recommendation was to withhold. And I didn't feel like I got a clear legal basis for why we were recommending to withhold. And embarrassment is not a legal standard. And so I'd have more of a comfort level in the proposed policy if either you redact it as secretary or the board consider the redactions. But
And I would be, one of the things I found is we don't write minutes. And we have people who we have notes. And I think that this was one of the things that Commissioner Benedon, you'd suggested. It's my understanding, we don't write the minutes. And we have people who are taking minutes who've been gone for a year or two. And so we're the only ones, and again, not all of us attended some of these meetings. You didn't attend any of these meetings, so you can't confirm, even as secretary, you can't confirm the accuracy of whether the notes translated into minutes. So, and I think that you're going to be looking at how quickly these notes turn into minutes. But I would be my opinion is that I think that we should get to review for accuracy and then, allow our team to make suggested redactions. And I would like to understand clearly whether or not the redactions are sound and what the legal arguments are, because we've been seeing stuff going back and forth. I'm seeing things being redacted and I don't see sound legal rationale for redacting things. And, we've been looking to, bring transparency, to release, either minutes. And I think that you had made a request. I mean, one of the, we had an open meeting law violation, regarding, the executive director search. Those minutes had been withheld. They hadn't been made public. They hadn't been shared, and you just got them last week, minutes before a meeting. So this is why we need to have standard policy. We need to make sure that the commissioners who are attending these executive sessions, one, we're meeting appropriately and not violating open meeting law, but two, that we can review the minutes before they're blacked out for accuracy, and then have our legal team recommend potential redactions, and then we get to vote on whether or not we determine that is appropriate or not. So that would be my thinking, and I know you're still putting that together. So, just to give you, some of my thoughts on that, I would, appreciate that being considered. Commissioner Benedon, go. Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
I have a question to the chair, Commissioner Benedon. Do you know if any other government agency is using AI, like to do AI notes? Because I'm not saying if it's a good thing or a bad thing, it might be a more efficient thing. I just don't know how accurate the technology is right now for that, but just throwing it out there to help with bandwidth.
Have you seen or heard anything like that?
From my time in the Attorney General's Division of Open Government and just hearing feedback from municipalities in particular that often are far more stretched for staff resources even than we are.
Right.
They are increasingly using AI minutes preparation. It still absolutely requires a human
Definitely.
but it is being used. I will say that we recognize by the large batch of minutes that we approved at our meeting 2 weeks ago, when we had that big stretch of very frequent meetings, we had gotten a little bit behind, but our staff generally turns out minutes quickly and timely. So that is something that we could consider. We do currently have staff who does it, and I think does it well.
But as you and I discussed, and we discussed this, as you and I have discussed, these meetings are all public. And so if we get it wrong and we vote on inaccurate minutes, as you noted, we have a historical, that's the legal historical record, but that can always be verified by anyone in the public wondering what we did or didn't do. That's not the case. And we happen to have a unique situation where we met in multiple executive sessions under an exemption that was not valid, which is why it was a violation, or at least an appearance of a violation. The actual violation was never found by the Attorney General's office, but the follow-on in terms of releasing the minutes was. So When that stuff is not recorded, then it becomes even more important for us to have the most accurate. And then also, I think you and I had a conversation about whether or not that, how public it is, but also whether or not the unredacted versions are made available to commissioners who might not have attended those meetings. So I don't know, go ahead if you have.
Yeah, thank you. And now I understand that your question about using AI maybe refers to in the executive session.
Exactly.
I will say that I have since learned, because I know that some concerns have been raised, that the actual executive session minutes might not be drafted and finalized for some time. I have learned that what has been referred to as the notes of the executive sessions are not really just notes or shorthand. They are functionally the detailed minutes. They just haven't been finalized in format and put on commission letterhead. So I no longer have concerns that what we are referring to as the notes are not thorough, even if we have somebody who took those, notes at the time who has since departed. The document that we have is as detailed or maybe even more detailed than the ultimate minutes will be. They just haven't been formatted as minutes. But one thing that I will be proposing in the policy at our next meeting is that we do actually have this two-step process where close in time to the executive session, we approve minutes, executive session minutes as a board, as an accurate record of what was discussed during that executive session, even though we will defer to the review at a later time as to whether the minutes should become public. So I do think that we should have a first step of commissioners having the opportunity to review and approve as an accurate record of the minutes. And then I will be proposing, although maybe there will be discussion or disagreement, that thereafter we defer to legal counsel to do that review and make the recommendation on the triennial basis. So really what the policy will add compared to our existing practice is that initial review by commissioners where we see the full minutes.
And when was our last, it's not triennial review. When was that? Yeah.
I believe October. It was shortly before I joined the commission in November.
I just have a question.
Commissioner Roy?
Would it, part of the policy, I know you said legal will make a recommendation. As secretary, would you also be comfortable making a recommendation whether to withhold or release? As a board member, like.
Right. I would be open to writing into the policy that the secretary coordinates with legal. I happen to be an attorney and I happen to have a background in this, but I wouldn't want to write a responsibility into a policy, putting a matter on the role of secretary, that person might not have expertise, whereas presumably our general counsel, whoever that may be from time to time, will always have that expertise. The secretary may not always have that expertise.
So then your recommendation would be to review the recommendation?
Right. The general counsel makes the recommendation.
And you, as secretary, you'll kind of.
Secretary or even the board.
But clarifying after we have an opportunity to review for accuracy.
Right.
Okay. And again, thank you for clarifying, because I heard notes and that was that we have notes and we don't have minutes. That's what I was told. And that's what we were going through the process. So thank you for clarifying the difference between notes and minutes.
And we have referred to that as notes.
Yes.
I wanted to follow up.
Yes.
As well, I shared that concern.
Yeah.
And what I was told was actually the notes are probably perhaps even more detailed than what we would, put into minutes, because someone's just taken down everything. And then the minutes are supposed to be a summary, not verbatim, not a transcript. So I no longer have any concern that the notes are not detailed enough to prepare accurate minutes, even if it's being done months down the road.
Thank you for that clarity, because I did not understand that. So that's helpful. Okay, so I don't think we have anything.
Actually, I just have
Commissioner Roy?
So are all our executive session minutes done? Like, are they completed? Like, say we adopt this policy in February. Can we hit the ground running? Are they, is there a queue of them ready to go?
Triennial review.
Yeah.
I believe that some of them would have to be put into the minutes format.
Okay.
But I have been told that that would take very little time, given the condition that they are already in.
That's also where AI comes into play. You can ask some of those apps to put it in a nice format. So, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm happy to work with the secretary too, and maybe the CTIO. I guess, so to Commissioner Benedon's point, we were using Zoom in my municipality and it was getting better at minute writing, and we didn't really adopt it because it ended up being more labor intensive to try to correct the AI, but you could see it improving at that time, and I'm sure it's already improved since then. I guess the only concern I would have between open meeting, which may allow us to move more quickly, take something off of legal's plate and address bandwidth in open session, would be in executive session. We want it to be in the closed loop. Obviously, a lot of things that you put in AI become part of sort of the open process. And so working with the CTIO and secretary, I wonder if it was specific to Copilot, which is Microsoft and therefore is intended to be more closed loop, if that would address that particular concern. So I just wanted to add that to the equation. I know a lot of folks, municipalities, but otherwise are looking to have anything that makes minutes, take that off of people's agendas. So I'm happy to look at that as well.
Can I ask, do we get to videotape executive sessions? Can we do that? You know?
That is a question of the commission's practice. My understanding is that historically we have not, and that is not typically done. There was a period of time when they were videotaped.
Yeah.
And
I
again,
think they were videotaped. Anyway, I'm not gonna.
I don't know the history there. I can say that I think most public bodies do not record executive sessions.
But there's no prohibition on doing something like that, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. So I think that this is a good point that we can then, so we have 4 items remaining ish for the afternoon. Unless you think that the update on the preliminary referrals, why don't we wait until after lunch to do that? Is 1:30 a good time for people to come back after lunch? Is that enough time at more than 35 minutes? Is that okay with everybody? I don't know if anybody had to order food or anything. Okay. All right. So we will take a break for lunch. I will entertain a motion to recess until 1:30. Commissioner Roy, do I hear that motion? Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear that seconded?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, the ayes have it. There you go. All right. Is that me or Bruce? Sorry. All right, just make sure we're all.
I think, honestly, God, it goes up on its own.
When you turn it on sometimes. Okay, so now getting back to the heart of the meeting, we had an update on preliminary referrals, and we have a memo that was sent to us yesterday by our executive director. And again, it's understanding the process, how this happens. One of the issues that Commissioner Roy and I have been working on is putting together in conjunction with Director Enos, a PowerPoint to present to licensees to help them understand what are the most common NODs and how we can help them avoid violating rules and regulations and get them to focus on more pressing needs and also take some of that burden off of our executive team. So Executive Director Ahern, are you going to present this or are we going to have Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to intro it. I would, and if you are okay with it, Madam Chair, I'd have Director Enos and Enforcement Counsel Gooden come up as well for any questions as I kind of summarize off the bat. And so just to kind of get into what you just referenced within this as well, the expectation, we had 2 information requests. One we're looking to present today, the other for February on the NODs. The way we left it at the previous meeting was we would develop categories of breaking down NODs, not just by license type, but also by violation type. That draft was provided and discussed briefly with Commissioner Roy, and I'll follow up before we take the next steps of getting that back to the February meeting. High level, the NOD violations will be broken down by advertising, security, products and inventory, record keeping, training requirements, delivery, transportation, but there's also subcategories within that. So again, NODs coming back ideally for February, and we'll work as well with the IT team because it's going to be quite.
Just make a quick commentary. This is doesn't have to be science and perfect. I think it's just, we'd like to know general trends.
Right.
So I know that this currently is time intensive because we don't have up-to-date technology to just, although I don't know how we can't just do some of that, but
We do.
we don't need science. We just need good to shape what we want to do. So I just want to make.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. And I would say that this is the NOD specifically, and why it was important to create these categories. We are looking to work with the IT team to ideally use AI in the way that it will be necessary to kind of break that out the way that we want to present it. So we will be doing that, those categories. So the one that is prepared for today, which you have in this memo, again, is referencing the criminal referral note that came at the meeting from December 4th. Just wanted to kind of note some specific elements here, general information regarding the difference. The NODs we talked about is really, a part of the investigatory process, but is often addressed by a plan of correction in relatively short order. Does not always need to go sort of beyond that process. An external referral, on the other hand, may be done for varying reasons, but is due to a potential violation that's outside of the jurisdiction of the Cannabis Control Commission. We are a civil enforcement agency. So just a quick explanation here. The agency tracks investigative data across multiple platforms, and the chair just referenced that. We talked about that earlier. So I'll cut to the chase. A lot of these things, generally speaking, based on investigative materials, are protected under MGL Chapter 4, Section 7. So what we've gone about is putting the information together and summarizing it in the format that I'll go through in a moment. And then within this as well, sort of as I just went through some of the definitions or the categories we're going to look at for NODs. For referrals, we're looking at definitions on 7 categories, and those are up on the screen. I will read through it unless you'd prefer I not. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. To the executive director, you mentioned it was tracked among different platforms. I know Dynamics is a platform, and I know we have IT current challenges and limitations, but would the ultimate goal be to have like one repository? So it's basically all in one area?
So I would bring up the CTIO if we want to kind of get into the future of that. I think it probably fits its own, agenda item here as we get into the FY27 budget. But ultimately, the answer is there are a number of different jurisdictions that handle this information through more centralized platforms, whereas we use Dynamics to sort of supplement what we can't do through some of our other platforms. So the answer at a high level would be we would like to do more without having to add on other platforms. But I think just to kind of speak to the process, CTIO can get into that.
Please, good.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah, to back up what the executive director said, the goal is to get everything into a single platform. The focus everywhere is have a single source of truth for everything, and have that in the case management system. So we had started working with the development team to put the NODs into Dynamics even before this question came up. So part of this categorization piece gives us the tools to which future NODs can go in and be categorized as they were being tracked. So again, this is a symptom, I think, of part of it's the technology, and part of it is just, we were the old adage we see around here, building the fire truck on the way to the fire. So it was never thought about that, we need to go back and want to categorize or look at NODs or other actions. And so we're working to add that, and it certainly would be something in a future licensing platform or wherever we end up with the case management. It would be built into the case management platform going forward.
Please, Commissioner Wren.
So you're currently migrating it all to Dynamics. Like, where else did it live?
So NODs specifically didn't live anywhere other than emails. So most of them were either emails or documents or phone calls. So they weren't necessarily being, referrals are. NODs were done as a document, but typically sent via email and stored within the INE SharePoint folders. And some of it was attached to dynamic records, in many cases either via the email or via an attachment, but it was never categorized. So we have a pile of documents that you just look at them. You can't necessarily say, look at just the NODs at this point. So one of the things we're doing is adding metadata to tag NODs as being NODs, and then the ability to add categorizations as to what category or categories could be involved in that.
Commissioner Roy?
So are you guys also looking at like the post-provisional license inspection? So like when I read them all, there's always like a lot of NODs that are within that document. Are you guys looking at those too?
I mean, everything's within scope at this point. I think we're focused, the focus right now is getting the categorization, getting the first manual, and then obviously everything, then once it gets in, creating that web of connecting everything to.
Yeah, those license inspections always have a plethora of NODs that live in those documents.
Yeah, so a lot of it's just really pulling out that and categorizing. And this again, where AI will be able to help us a little bit now to be able to go through and help us at least do an initial categorization. Otherwise, it would have been 5 years ago to an entirely manual process.
And if I may,
Sure.
this is helpful because the goal is to keep people in compliance and makes Armin's life easy, makes everybody's lives easier, and that frees up bandwidth in other areas, which we know we're going to have with social consumption and whatnot. So this is a tool to keep people into compliance and help them stay in compliance. And so this will be very helpful once you're able to call all that data for us to do a roadshow.
Certainly will. Thank you.
And it also seems to me, we're going to get into it, that obviously there are way more NODs than there are potentially criminal referrals. And that's, and this is also the 38 issue that we grapple with, that we as judges are kept away from directly intervening with an ongoing investigative process because we are protecting the rights of the licensee under 30A. So the question that I have, and this was the issue of Lorna McMurray, who passed away, that information was kept from us. And it was kept from us to protect the 30A rights of a licensee, yet commissioners were not allowed to know what was going on to protect the licensee, yet we did not have an opportunity to intervene or to put in place any new policies or procedures that might have kept employees safe or safer. And we know that there has been another, again, we don't know if it's been related, and I'm going to be having a meeting with some frontline licensees in the next couple of days. Attorney Gooden is going to help me with that to make sure I don't violate 38 in these conversations. But, and this is the, and I'm going to let the executive director continue, but it seems to me that the universe of referrals, of criminal referrals in particular, is a much smaller universe than the NOD world. So, with that, that's what I'm trying to figure out is I want to make sure that we are at all times protecting the public health and safety of the people in this Commonwealth, and that while we are concerned about protecting rights to due process under 30A, I lean towards ensuring that we're protecting public health and safety. So I'll let you go, but that I felt like I needed to make that statement because it seems like it might not be as hard to track that information down. So thank you. Executive Director, thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, with Director Enos, Enforcement Counsel Gooden, will they can fill in as well some of these things. I just want to cover the work that's been done here. And then I think to Commissioner Roy's point, a lot of some of the things that we've had to do, the organization has changed these processes over time and is still looking to invest further in the IT infrastructure that will make this easier in the long run. But a lot of work was done by the team on this, so we just want to acknowledge that. So we have 7 definitions here of where the criminal referrals were kind of broken down into. And then we are looking at, generally speaking, referrals of these types of items outside of our jurisdiction to either local, state, or federal. Director Enos can also go into the state process called the Mass Fusion Center, which is an interesting process and one that streamlines not just for us, but others as well. So the 7 categories that these referrals were found to be in were abandoned license or product. When a licensee goes out of business or becomes unlicensed, the commission must take specific steps to ensure product is secured and not able to be diverted outside of the metric system. When product is not handled properly at the time of a license being inactivated, the commission may engage the local police to ensure the location is secured or other similar considerations. Cash and cash scams is another one that I had also asked for further clarification on. So licensee agents have been contacted and instructed to deposit cash, Bitcoin, or other funds into an account or wallet at the discretion of an individual falsely representing themselves as licensee ownership or management. I think anybody, regardless of how involved you are in cannabis, probably understands that those scams exist quite a bit outside of the cannabis field as well. Diversion, and we have inversion later on in the agenda, but diversion is also added in our definitions. Diversion is an item that I think Commissioner Roy and I certainly discussed with WCVB, and then I believe the chair as well. Diversion, happens in the alcohol field as well. If somebody buys a bottle of alcohol, sells it to a minor, that's called diversion. There's other ways in which that works as well. So the definition of diversion has been added to the regulations. It means the unauthorized or intentional removal of marijuana or marijuana products from the Cannabis Control Commission's regulated market. Interstate transport, if you look at the table, I won't get ahead of it, but that has generally been in the federal field as well from our referrals. So because this is a federally illegal substance, transporting over state lines or federal waterways is a criminal offense. In instances where the commission learns of alleged interstate transportation of marijuana or marijuana products, those matters are referred to the relevant authorities, or the commission consults with those authorities as appropriate. A separate category, and this is separating because we have had some referrals for non-licensees. So this is for licensees, but of an illicit nature. The commission has broad enforcement options for licensees that may violate statute or regulations, but for potential criminal activity outside of the commission jurisdiction, the alleged criminal activity is referred to other agencies. The commission will often request updates on referrals should alleged criminal activity be relevant to an ongoing investigation or pending enforcement action, but the agency receiving the referral may or may not provide the commission with updates. This type of activity also may overlap with the suitability process under 935 CMR 500-800, 803, 501, 800 to 802. And there's a table and row within that. Identifying an open or unresolved criminal matter that may result in a felony as a potential suitability issue for an applicant for licensure.
Excuse me, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Chair. So when I read this, I didn't fully understand it, but I think this is where diversion might also be appropriate, because we had, even before I was even a commissioner, there was an enforcement action. And before we were even referring to it as diversion, where they were setting up a garage with a non-licensed entity. And so I think this could be a combination of a non-licensee working with a licensee to create that inversion. And this is where I'd like to bring back the tool of debarment, which I think we should have this tool in our toolbox. So I think that's, you could have like they had in New York, they had non-licensees funneling through a licensee to invert products into the regulated market. So love to hear more about that at some time and love to talk about debarment.
I'm trying to think, I mean, and I think that this also, and again, you know, referencing the state auditor's report about potential disparate treatment. I do think that, one, we need to consider what really serious penalties there are for really serious behavior that jeopardizes public health and safety. But I also think that we might want to have a conversation about fines and whether or not, you know, that is something that we take a look at. I want to make sure, and this is also one of the issues of delegation that I've raised in a couple of meetings. We have delegated significant authority to our staff to do many things. And so we are in essence kept in the dark about many things, whether it's collecting fees or not, whether it's, you know, making a criminal referral. I feel that we are sometimes on the other side of a curtain, and sometimes we're the last to know when something is happening in the industry that might require our immediate attention. So I think that debarment is appropriate. I think that we should maybe, and again, this is not, because we have a lot on our plate right now, but I would like us to, and if anybody, you know, on your team knows what other states do in terms of just sort of, you know, fines, smaller fines, you know, I'd love to. Again, we don't have to talk about that now unless you know, have something, Attorney, but if you want to just.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just kind of on that topic, on the topic of debarment, I think happy to have that conversation when appropriate as well. And like at your availability, I think one just question with debarment that I would want to flesh out a little bit more is in essence how that process would differ from our suitability process. And I mean, I think I might be getting the sense of what your intent might be with that, but just kind of fleshing that out a little bit more would be helpful for us as we're kind of considering what that policy might look like. I think as it relates to fines though, Madam Chair, your comment right there, I know the executive director brought this up briefly in the previous meeting, but my team did work on putting together a new policy or process for the assessment of fines. And so I know that we're going to be meeting with commissioners to provide you with that information as well, solicit any feedback. And I know we do intend to.
And at that time, when you present that to us,
Yep.
will you also be sharing with us a little bit of a survey of what other, because I have actually looked at fines, what we do or don't do.
Yeah.
And where we sort of rest in the pack, but you know, if I'm assuming you've done that.
Yeah, and so Madam Chair, with respect to that, we did do our research looking into other jurisdictions, what their approach to the calculation of fines and the assessment of fines are. We also spoke with colleagues in other jurisdictions to get more of a sense of what they do. So really kind of in short of, we can have this conversation kind of in the next week or so when those are scheduled, but the kind of long and short of it is that there is kind of a wide range of how different states approach it. And we definitely did borrow, when we were making this recommendation, we borrowed some concepts from other jurisdictions as well. So we're looking forward to having that conversation with you all too, so that we can explain kind of how we want to, what our proposal is for moving forward or adjusting the process so that we're able to hopefully get a more efficient assessment of fines and calculation of fines, as well as more consistent assessment.
And this is also, it's the consistency, it's the fairness. You know, as you know, we did not have hearing officers for 2 years. And that, in essence, deprived licensees of their 30A rights. So we're sort of on the one hand, we have a pendulum over here, we're worried. On the other hand, for 2 years, we did not even have that in place, and I'm happy to say that, we have those people functioning now. Have we been working with them? Are there any referrals currently with those hearing officers? Is that happening now?
Yes, and so Madam Chair, we do have, there are 2 hearing officers that work with the commission now, and both of them do have an active caseload. I know they are under the purview of the general counsel, but as enforcement counsel, my team oftentimes works with them as we are prosecuting these administrative matters. So yes, there are a number of matters that are currently working their way through that process.
And that's ultimately what I think I was asking at the last meeting is Director Enos did a very good job, but it's sort of understanding this process that it's not as fully transparent to me as what happens, how much time, you know what I mean? And I think that there might be someplace, a written process that puts everything together, rather than having to read, CMR 500, whatever, 000. If you can help us as we're looking at this, because making sure that I think we streamline the process, streamlining issues that when the people are going out there, we, don't burden the team with overly prescriptive requirements. We take some headaches away from the licensees, but also really focus on the really bad stuff. And that's what I hope we can get to, that sort of stasis at some point in time where there's a little bit more balance. So thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, to EC Gooden's comment about how it would reconcile with our suitability. So my understanding is the suitability is based on prior criminal justice involvement and a suitability determination to some extent.
Please.
Madam Chair. So through our suitability tables, there are a number of different precipitating issues that may implicate a licensee or an applicant's suitability. So some of them do relate to criminal history, but some of them relate to, I'll say, non-criminal matters. I'll also note too that under Chapter 180 of the Acts, or under Chapter 180, there were some, exactly, there were some changes to what criminal history could be considered for agents in particular.
You good?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead. Executive Director, are you going to continue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just 2 more to review, and then some high level information, and then obviously we can get into any specific questions. So marijuana activity by non-licensee, some complaints that are received by the commission regarding marijuana related activities are not tied to commission licensees. And in those instances, which are generally tips, we do our best to route those to the proper authority. Again, it's things that because they're not our licensees, are not under authority, because they're marijuana related, sometimes they come to us. And so we try to work with the proper authorities in that regard. And lastly, and this is just one instance, but a report of threatening behavior didn't group with anything else. And so we have that separately on here. And again, if that complaint proceeds and becomes an issue, it could come up in a suitability.
I'm guessing, I think I know what we're talking about here, but are these current, or are these just, what does this?
Some of these matters have been closed and some are still ongoing enforcement.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Roy?
So I had asked a few meetings ago.
Sometimes we refer to local police, town police, city police, state police. I don't know if we need a directive from the board, but I think anytime there's a referral, whether it's on a municipal level or state level, that the district attorney should also be made aware of the referral, because, for instance, something could happen in a town and they could be on a border and we could be crossing state lines. And so maybe that's not really under the town police's auspices, but something the district attorney might be interested in. So I think anytime we do a referral, we should at least provide awareness to the district attorney. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that.
I also think local town politics can sometimes impact responses. So I think that's.
And I just think the district attorney might see something that the town municipal law enforcement might not. And so I just think it's appropriate that we also, and I don't know if you need a directive or it's something that.
If I may, Madam Chair, unless Enforcement Council feels like they want to weigh in on that now, I would say we can take that and come back to you on potentially whether that.
Attorney? No, I don't think so.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would look like some time to verify that answer for, I believe the answer may have been yes, but I would appreciate some time just to be able to confirm that.
Thank you.
Great.
And then, all right, so go ahead, because I.
Thank you. So we'll come back on that particular question. And I do think one thing would be interesting as well, because state is listed here. And so Director Enos can give kind of a summary on how the State Fusion Center works, and come back as well to the question of when contacting local authorities about looping in the DA to avoid any border issues, which I understood to be the question. So just one final disclaimer on this table, two disclaimers, I suppose, which is obviously a lot of this was done manually. So, we've tried to verify the accuracy as much as that we can, dating back the history here. And then additionally, I would just note that a referral does not necessarily mean that there is guilt on the part of a licensee, or in this case as well, some potential non-licensees, simply that we are referring that. We do not always get clarity from the agency to which we refer on the outcome of that, although in certain instances, especially if it relates to our investigation, we will attempt to get that information. And so with that, I think, again, we just talked about a little bit the local and the DA, and we'll come back on that. If I may, Madam Chair, just have Director Enos give a bit of an update on, or a bit of a summary on how the Mass Fusion Center works.
Just Commissioner.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think the memo on the board book, it said there was one referral to DOJ. So how does it rise to that level where it goes to DOJ?
Pretty serious.
You're referring to this memo?
The board book, there was a table and it was like, there was a column for DOJ.
Federal referrals.
Right. So the federal referrals were related, if you look at the table, related to interstate transport. I'm not seeing a reference to DOJ, so I can take a look at that and follow up.
I think it just says on the chart.
I think.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I can provide just a little bit of context on this one as well. So you'll recall, Commissioner Roy, and just for everybody's edification on this one too, I believe this was last year or the year before, if I might be getting my years mixed up, but when we were dealing with the federal waters transportation issue, we had made outreach, and this is kind of I wouldn't necessarily characterize these as referrals per se, but it was outreach to multiple different, what was that?
Inquiry rather than referral?
Yeah, kind of an inquiry, but in some instances as well, Madam Chair, we were reaching out to there were federal, state, and local partners just to ensure that what we were doing was actually, we were being effective collaborators with those other agencies so that we were not stepping on anybody else's toes. So our first assistant enforcement counsel, Jake Nielsen, during that period of time had made outreach to a number of different state, local, and federal agencies. I believe the DOJ was included in that list. I know we also reached the Steamship Authority, the Coast Guard. So there were a number of different entities that we did reach out to, I think in an effort to be holistic in terms of what we were, in terms of the request here. Those are included as part of this, but as the definition is trying to articulate, this is really related to that interstate commerce issue. In that, as it relates to the federal authorities, I believe that is the instance where we were, what we're referring to in this case.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
My mind was jumping ahead to inversion. And we're hearing about spiked ethanol coming across state lines. So I just want to, for our inversion conversation, how that might relate to that type of referral.
And this is also, and again, and then I'll turn it over to Director Enos. The issue that I have is when we have what could be a criminal referral that has an impact on public health. And because of 30A, this information is kept from commissioners. I would like to see a policy when something is directly related to public health and safety that requires a criminal referral. I would like to have the opportunity for the commissioners to understand that. And I point back to several years ago, I point back several years to investigations that had not been completed. And we were given a meeting 2x2 or 1 and 2x2 with the then CIE to explain to us, because there were articles being written about whether a woman dying or whether or not, whether or not there were other, potential behaviors that we should understand. So I'd love to have you guys come up with something, because while I care about 30A, the fact that we continue to shield commissioners from potentially making decisions, if something is serious enough to require a criminal referral and it has an impact on public health and safety, I would like us to develop a policy where we don't hear about it after it's been going on for a 1, 2, and 3 year investigation, after it then goes to a hearing officer for X amount of time. We've seen investigations take years before they reach us as commissioners. And I think that's unacceptable. So it's not that I'm unacceptabling you guys, it's that I think that we need to have a policy that allows us as commissioners to respect 30A, but always putting public health and safety first. So anyway, I'll turn it over to Director Enos to finish with the explanation here.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to give a quick high-level overview of the Mass Fusion Center, just to give some more direction and detail to the Executive Director and Enforcement Council's previous comments. So the Department of State Police's Commonwealth Fusion Center operates within the Criminal Information and Intelligence section of the Massachusetts State Police, under the direction of the Executive Office of Public Safety and Security. Executive Order 476, which kind of outlines their objectives and goals, pretty much summarizes that the Fusion Center is a state repository for threat-related information. It provides a variety of functions for both federal, state, and local agencies. The primary goal and objective of this is information sharing to identify trends. And I do want to state that I think one of the initial main areas of focus for the Fusion Group was potential threats of terrorism. Obviously, in our industry, we are not looking at that. And obviously, our referrals are not looking at.
You said that again. What?
Terrorism.
Yeah, but can you explain that?
I just want to make the distinction that the Mass Fusion Center, one of their main tenets is that they do information sharing for potential terrorist threats. I just want to make the distinction that in addition to that, they have other information sharing techniques for other potential criminal matters, for precursor events. But I just want to make that distinction, because if anyone kind of does a quick lookup on Fusion Center, you might see, these words terrorism and terrorist. So I just want to make the clear distinction that while the Fusion Center does handle those kind of threats, those obviously are not the kind of information that we would be providing for. Within Massachusetts, we have what we call a primary fusion center and recognized fusion centers. The primary fusion center, again, information sharing and analysis for a state. The distinction is these locations get the highest priority for federal resource allocation and funding. And the federal government has recognized a need in these situations for increased and kind of constant communication between the federal governments and state and local governments and municipalities. A recognized fusion center, they performs many of the same functions, but they do not have the higher level of priority in terms of federal resource and allocation. Just for reference, within Massachusetts, we do have a primary fusion center, and then we do have a Boston Regional Intelligence Center, which is designated as a recognized fusion center. CFC operations are funded through the Department of State Police and State Appropriation Fund. And the Commonwealth Secretary of Public Safety is required to conduct periodic reviews of the CFC's policies and procedures, to have discussions with stakeholders, and to regularly meet and provide its findings to the governor. Although currently there does not appear to be a formal periodic reporting mechanism to update the governor on the operations, there does appear to be frequent communication between the agencies and the CFC, and regular stakeholder meetings do occur. So again, the overall objectives and functions are to have kind of, again, this information sharing ability between local and state governments and the federal governments. And as the ED kind of said previously, we are not always kept up to date with the resolution of these investigations. Some of their investigations could take some time as well. So we don't always hear the outcome directly. And I think I kind of want to say that across the board for referrals, as the ED said, we don't always hear back regarding when their investigation has been completed or how long it's going to be potentially ongoing for. So those are kind of the high level just points. So I just want to see if the board had any questions about kind of the Massachusetts Center.
Executive Director Ahern.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Just based on the discussion, and I think just so people understand how we get in touch with the state, which is one of the larger categories. I think if it, based on this discussion, obviously we have inversion also on the docket later. So I think we can come back to Commissioner Roy's points on that. I would take this, talk to the team, come back on the question of should local also include the DA, bring that as a follow-up to this particular memo. And then obviously as well, we'll be coming back in February on the separate request, similar type discussion on the NODs with that level of information as well.
Thank you. And if you could, for our February meeting, if you could tell me the length of time of the 3 longest investigations that the CCC has conducted from time a potential violation was reported until the investigative report was completed and either presented to a hearing officer or referred for criminal prosecution. I'd like to know the length of time of the 3 investigations from the initial reporting of potential violation of regulation or law to the culmination of that ends up in an investigative report and a finding that ultimately would come to your team. So we don't need to do that now, but I'd like that for the next meeting. All right, excellent. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Yeah, to Director Enos. So what about like white collar crime? If we money laundering type of thing, or how, would that be something we'd work with the Fusion Center, or how would that be handled?
I would defer to an enforcement counsel on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir.
So Commissioner Roy, I think in any instance where we're identifying or we're getting allegations of any criminal activity, whether it's white collar crime, blue collar crime, what have you, I think we do try to make outreach, whether it's to local law enforcement partners or at times the Attorney General's office. So I know we have in the past communicated with them. I have not been involved with all of them, so I don't want to speak out of turn on kind of what instances we have specifically reached out on, but I know that our general practice has been any allegations of criminal activity, we will make outreach and try to refer those matters out to the appropriate authorities. So whether that's local law enforcement or state law enforcement.
Thank you. Executive Director Ahern.
And so, I mean, I suppose in some regards, you could consider some of the cash scam issues here to be the white collar.
Yeah.
There's certainly other instances that are non-criminal where our team throughout the organization may be working with Mass DOR. And in certain instances, a Mass DOR issue may be considered white collar crime or not. So I think in certain instances, again, some of those items would be a white collar crime from a cash scam particular item. And some items might just be us working with DOR, and if they require additional information from us, we would.
That was
white collar crime.
kind of my point, because like the cash scams and the Bitcoin, one could argue that's wire fraud. That rises to federal. Could that have been a DOJ referral?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Roy, as it relates to kind of those cash scams too, I'll just note as well that the commission has issued bulletins identifying those cash scams and trying to publicize that for licensees as well. So we have tried to make some proactive statements on that one, at least, or reactive statements, I suppose, but also proactive for licensees that have not been involved with those cash scams too. Madam Chair, do you mind, could I ask you a question, just a clarification on your request for the next meeting? So just, I want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly and also just making sure that we're realistic in terms of kind of the time frame too, just because I know the next meeting, I believe, is in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at 3 longest investigations, I know we'll kind of look into that. So I just want to
Again, some
identify.
people- I mean, again, it's also looking at what the auditor stated about disparate treatment, that making sure that all licensees are being provided the same. What is the length of time? How are these things being, handled? And, and you and I can talk offline if my fellow commissioners don't mind, because we're going to have another conversation where we're going to be conducting a public meeting. You and I need to talk about that anyway, because we're going to be talking with, some of the workers groups.
Mhm.
But anyway, we can focus on that offline, and I can clarify that. So make sure you're not wasting any time.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. And also just identifying that, like, with the level of specificity, trying to dig into that, and based on the amount of years the commission's been around, trying to look back historically, it might take us a little bit of time. So just identifying that we'll strive to do this on
I can clarify and make it easier.
Thanks. I appreciate you working with us on that.
Thank you. Right, any other comments or questions? Anything else from the executive director? Thank you. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so moving on to the red tape removal working group, and I will hand this over to Commissioner Roy to discuss our thoughts about the meeting.
We can go to the next, we go to the next slide, please.
Leslie, excellent graphics. We appreciate it.
Yes, Anne Marie,
Anne Marie, thank you.
Director Burt. Thank you. So we had on January 21st, right in this room, we had 35 members of the red tape removal working group, and we had internal staff here as well. The co-sponsors are Chair O'Brien and myself, and the consulting, whoops, sorry, my thing is, hold on. That's another volume, I swear, it goes up on its own, because I had shut that volume off. And so we want to thank all the internal staff that was here that day to provide support as well. So we had different licensees here. We had independent testing laboratories, retailers, product manufacturers, MTCs, indoor and outdoor cultivators, delivery operators, and advocacy organizations. And we thank them all for their input. And we had a really thick sheet of suggested red tape removal. And how I opened today's meeting in my comments was I'm taking the approach that there's layers of red tape. And some red tape impacts every licensee, and other levels of red tape maybe just impact labs or delivery. And so knowing that, some requires more research, and we tried to parse out, was the recommendation, was it something we could do in regulation, or was it statutory, like the shaded out windows at the retail? Well, that's in statute. We can't control that, as an example. So once we figured out which bucket was in ours, and so at the end, we got consensus of the top 5. And most of them hit everybody, but a couple of them just hit retail, the last 2. But the consensus was, if the first layer of red tape for us to remove as a board around the agent badging is to adjust the cadence to every 3 years. Right now, it's you get it, you have to renew in a year, and then you get a couple of years out. So you'd get it upon being an agent, and then you'd have 3 years. And to adjust, and I think we all agree, the RVT, unless we have new RVT or license specific RVT, it's really costing money and time. Yeah, and so the suggestion for that red tape was, what if we had the agent badging every 3 years? and the RVT cadence every 3 years. So that would just make that easier and simplify that process. Renewals. I'd had this conversation with the former chief of investigations and enforcement, and she even recommended to go to biennial renewal. And so as opposed to requiring all this documentation yearly, now, of course, if there's any changes to SOPs or any changes to ownership, they have to notify the commission within a timely manner. But if we went to biennial, and of course, the licensing fee would be due every year. So we're not losing revenue to the state. It's just the time intensive work of hiring attorneys to help prepare these documents, on a yearly basis. And a lot of our licensees have more than one license. And so imagine, they all have different birth dates, if you will, and calling these documents. So that's red tape, which I think makes sense. And for our staff, I think it would make sense to go to biennial. And then retail ID checks, the recommendation was to go from 2 to 1. And, if we had ID software, which I'm learning is not 100% foolproof, but I think it's a little more foolproof than the naked eye. We could do, like somebody said, when I go into a package store, they only check ID once at the register. And so that's something I think is a fairly easy fix. And then, and I think I&E is going to give us some language, but to Travis's point, I think a lot of the NODs were around advertising. And so this is killing two birds with one stone, for lack of a better saying. So if we addressed discounts and loyalty programs, then I think you'd see the level of NODs go down around it. And I think it's something that I&E is really looking for clarity on. And quite frankly, just speaking as one commissioner, I'm not opposed to allowing them to do these at the retail level, but these were the top five of the first layer of red tape, with the first 3 impacting every licensee in Massachusetts. So I don't know how my colleagues feel, but and then there were a lot more recommendations. And once we are able to drill down deeper on those, we'll bring you the next level of red tape to be removed. And my goal would be to get this in scope for the next round. So I think so it's not so much, because there's going to be a lot of different recommendations. I think if we're able to get 5 in at a time with each round, it won't make it seem so daunting. And I think these are doable. But anyway, I don't know, Chair, if you have any thoughts.
I wanted to add, because I think that we also had consensus about the badge follows the employee, or do we think that requires more thinking?
I'd like Commissioner Stebbins' thoughts on that.
But one last one is architectural review. I think that's one of those things.
Yes, that's easy red tape.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, thanks. I've noticed several folks that attended, maybe posted on LinkedIn, that they had a positive reaction. We're encouraged by how the meeting went. So appreciate the work that both of you are doing, and working with our team on this. Yeah, I mean, we've had lots of conversations around agent badging. Obviously, we just made a change that if I work for one licensee who's got several, or one business who's got several licensees, right, they only need the one badge. That's certainly a convenience in that respect. We've talked about RVT cadence. We've talked about what maybe should be the elements of the RVT cadence. So, that's another good recommendation. I guess a couple of questions is there another slide, or you're going down to the next?
I just, the next steps, and I want to thank Jessica Porter from our GAP team. And so basically next steps, we're currently working on a form stack that will allow the consulting team the ability to provide written comments on individual items and create a ranking to prioritize the list. Our goal is to share final recommendations with the executive director by the end of March for an April public meeting. So it will be sent to emails in the coming weeks. So we had consensus on this first layer of red tape. And so now for the rest of them, that's the next step. So I don't know what your question was, but I just wanted to let you know what.
Okay, just, thank you, that helps. You know, another, I guess, question I would put out for consideration when we're thinking of low-hanging fruit. Are there those items, and I think, Chair, this goes back to your interest in the NODs and what NODs are being processed. Are there opportunities where we can offer more clarity in our regs? So
Guidance or
just,
you mean the education?
we think the regs say this, I&E looks at it differently. Are there clarification areas that might also be kind of considered that low hanging fruit?
But this is also why we created the training position, which Director Enos has. And he's wearing multiple hats now. But it was intended to have, like the ABCC, go out, and you've met with the ABCC on a regular, meeting status, and then answer questions, because, I've spoken to licensees and I've talked to their lawyers, and their lawyers have said, well, can you answer the question? They say, ask your lawyer. And so we want to, and I do think that it's a training issue for our staff, especially as we get new people on board who may or may not, be as well grounded in the regulations. And this is not, whenever you're new, you're learning, right? And so that's what I envision that job doing, and those meetings being about, is how do we say both to our licensees as well as to the people on our investigations team that we've got a meeting of minds, because, and then this is no fault to anybody, and it's not criticizing any individual. There's not a meeting of the minds.
Right.
And so we need to make sure, because I have been told sometimes we have one investigator that will say, nope, this is what I think it is. And another one saying, nope, this is what it is. And there's not consistency. And again, not criticizing anybody.
No. And if I
No.
No,
Yeah,
just thinking about, and I know our I&E team and our legal team have also been kind of keeping that running list of what language should be clarified. And I'm wondering if one that speaks to the point we have about training and better use of potentially RVT time to keep folks trained and updated, as well as what may not require that referral to your lawyer to go out and do this. Like,
Right.
what language can we simplify or clarify as part of this, the low hanging fruit grouping here?
Thank you. Commissioner Bendon, any questions or comments?
One question I have focuses on the RVT, because I hear a lot of the same feedback that all of you had, that licensees don't find the RVT worthwhile, especially doing it every year. It's the same thing. It's not relevant to their specific license type. And I know the goal here is, of course, red tape removal, but if we think that RVT serves a purpose, I'd rather see the RVT be better than continue providing more RVT less frequently. Was that part of the discussion, or is the goal really to just?
I think it's right now to buy us some time
to improve it.
to improve it.
But then will we ever go, because it's 3 years, we'll never go back to 1 year. Maybe we would, but.
Commissioner Roy.
I don't know if we have the budgetary resources to create an RVT for each license type. Because if we did, right now, it's redundant vendor training, they've seen it.
Right.
And so you're right, and your point is well taken, but I don't know if we have the resources to be able to create curriculum based on each license type. I know social consumption, we will have that.
Social consumption is going to be a lot like tips training on steroids.
Yeah.
Right. And I suggest, if you haven't had a chance, because I've been through it as a licensee, and we were cultivators, and it was all about retail, and it was literally, how many ways can they say don't give cannabis to people under 21? And that's really the kind of focus. I mean, am I wrong? I mean, that's kind of what it's
We've
all
all,
about.
I've taken it. He's taken it.
So, and again, this is not, initially it was done with all the right intentions, and we do think that there is training, and maybe we need to be looking at, or we have our research team, who I think actually put this together in the first place, because they just were told to do it. Maybe we need to be taking a look at that, or maybe we need to suspend this requirement? I mean, I think it's something that we can talk about, and maybe that's what you're saying, is that we suspend this requirement altogether if we come to a consensus that it's not providing the value that we need, and maybe there is some other way that we can get an affirmation by the owners, the managers, to say that they have developed training that makes sure that people understand what the regulations are. But I don't think a bud tender is gonna like learn all the CMR, but they do need to know how to check an ID and how to keep age gate products. But in terms of other than that, I don't know what else. Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, so why can't we put out a proposal to our current RVT trainers to create a curriculum by license type? I think Vermont does. I mean, I think other jurisdictions have highly specific training. So is it it's the same thing because we're telling them to make the same thing? Like, what is?
I don't think that.
Like the RVT has, we lay out the requirements for what we want to see in it. And so they're just abiding by what we have said we wanted to see in it. So if this board says we want to see different things in it, maybe we can do that too, like.
Executive Director Ahern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to Commissioner Benedon's question and to Commissioner Roy's kind of lead in as well, is I don't know that everything, that the only thing in there is just simply going to 3 years, right? I think the way that Commissioner Roy summarized it as well was there may be exceptions outside of that, but certainly for the basics, sort of the intro type things, those things don't need to be done on an annual basis. The RVT that's going to be developed with the working group in consultation with public safety officials related to social consumption, the chair mentioned, is going to be now sort of RVT that's specific to license types, because there's 3 licenses in there. And so I think within that and kind of getting to the heart of why this is a top 5 recommendation consensus from the working group was really kind of any improvements to what we have right now in the regs. I think ultimately those discussions of, is it 3 years for the basics, or if you've done the basics, do you ever really need to redo it? If you're carrying around one badge as an agent, and then from there on, if you're going to then get into social consumption, you need to then take that RVT, those types of things. I think there's a lot that commissioners can do within this category, and some of the things that Commissioner Roy had said kind of leading into it, to just make it work better. And then within that as well, obviously always refreshing what the content of that is something that we can also kind of discuss. I don't know that it may be in the regs, but more specifically, I think to Commissioner Roy's point is, do you have to redo the basics every year or every 3 years, or maybe not have to redo the basics ever again, as opposed to if you're then going to get into social consumption, then there's additional RVT that you would do.
I mean, it does seem, I mean, again, and we have the basics, but we have other training. We offer, I mean, what is our library of training that we provide other than the basics?
With delivery.
Delivery. And what else? Do we know?
Yeah, I mean, we have an advanced core curriculum, which I don't think we've ever effectively had a chance to lay out.
But when we say we have it,
It's in regs.
But it's optional.
I think it is optional. I'm not sure we've actually gone through and licensed people to teach the advanced core curriculum.
that's what I'm saying, is that we have, this is like secret shop. We have it. And we've heard the answer, we have it, but we don't have it. You know what I mean? And so just because it's in the regs, and I think this is to Commissioner Benedon's point, I think we shouldn't be requiring people to go through a course that's repetitive, that doesn't provide any new safety or.
That's the definition of red tape.
Right, exactly. And so, and again, because this RVT doesn't necessarily address a few license types, it doesn't have as much value. But so the bottom line is, I think that we need, I think it's simple to do. We just need to determine what that consensus is. Right. But when it comes to, we don't want people to be untrained, but we also don't have, we can't criticize our training people because they're doing what we've told them to do. So Commissioner Bennett.
Sure. So I'm just looking at our website with regard to the types of trainings. We have the basic core curriculum. That's what we think of when we say RBT and delivery. But then there's this advanced core curriculum where RBT trainers may submit proposals on specialized topics. So are there currently
I
any?
don't know where that stands.
And is the idea behind this, if anybody knows, that a licensee could fulfill the annual requirement by doing an advanced core curriculum program instead of the basic core curriculum?
That's what I'm asking.
If that, maybe we don't have to, I mean, I feel like
We need an RBT update.
Okay.
More
for a future
Yeah.
meeting, because I agree with you completely, and there seems to be consensus that this is a particular requirement that needs to be addressed.
Yes.
But the way to address it, in my view, might not be to get rid of it, but to make it worthwhile so that it isn't, like you said, the definition of red tape, say doing something useless. But it sounds like we have a lot of questions.
I think we have a lot of questions, but I don't think that there's any question that we shouldn't be having people do the same course every year. That doesn't add any value. We have a question as to whether or not the training as we offer it has value across the industry. That's a clear question that we need to answer. And then we need to answer, is there other training that could be made available or proposed that maybe it is every 3 years or every whatever, but additional training that is more tailored and focused to the particular license that a person is going to be working with. But the bottom line is trying to remove this red tape when it's going to, I don't want us to wait another 2 years to provide this relief when I think we can all acknowledge that we're not providing the educational options that really make sense. So Commissioner Bennett.
So going back to my previous point about concern that if we actually were to change our regulations to make this an every 3-year requirement, I think it would be hard for us to at any point move it back to 1 year. Do we have the option to keep the requirement and simply issue an advisory that we are not currently enforcing this particular requirement? I mean, law enforcement does that all the time. There are tons of laws on the books of the Commonwealth that law enforcement decides we are prioritizing this and not this. So I'm wondering if that's an option to consider as well, that we don't actually change the requirement because long-term we might want to tweak it.
Relax the requirement.
Right.
But keep that placeholder, keep it in
We
there.
consider saying that we will not, for example, we will inform all of our licensees that for 1 year, we will not enforce this.
Right.
Or something like that.
I think
Just an
that's
idea.
right, to provide immediate relief.
Or we can say you have to take it once. And then we can add additional training requirements as we, you know what I mean? Rather than changing the cadence, we change the requirements, say you have to do it once. And then that gives us time to also look at, because if we just make them do it once, that kind of makes sense. And then it gives us time to determine whether or not we want to put additional requirements or other types of learning. I think Commissioner Stebbins had his hand up first and then.
Thank you, Chair. And, this is the discussion I know we've been anxious to have, and this is coming from 5 people who have to go through annual trainings on other subjects every year. But, I do appreciate the point of, looking at RVT more beyond just getting the basics. Going back to your point, Chair, how can we use that training time as we use training time for compliance, right? And at the same time, think about not just helping employees and licensees stay in compliance, but what are the opportunities we might have to help the individual think about furthering their skills to move ahead in the industry. And it also might come down to, we're going to require 4 hours. We want to make sure you're providing 4 hours of training in this RVT slot. What can you tell us that you want to do specifically for your employees in that 4-hour slot?
But the bottom line is, again, I look at the alcohol industry. When you're going to be, and we're going to be doing, I think, robust changes to the RVT as it pertains to those new license types. Is there any training that is required, your local official, former local official, is there any training that is required for someone who works in a package store?
I'd have to look at that. Generally, the tip certification comes up the most from the local licensing authority, which is the select board in the case of the town I work for. I think the answer as a package store, as opposed to serving in a restaurant, would be that those individuals are generally not expected to have tip certification. And so would not, but I'm happy to look at
But
that.
this was some of the pushback that we got from the
Yeah.
licensees. You don't do this in package stores.
Yeah.
right? And we are definitely going to be doing it because you can see Brave New World going to have on-site consumption. And we're going to have to make sure that people are in the moment, making sure that consumption protects the neighbors, public health, and the people who are consuming. So Commissioner Wright, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to read from my colleagues from 500, 105, 6A and B. It speaks to advanced core curriculum. Each advanced core curriculum class shall be approved by the commission prior to being offered. The curriculum shall be built on the knowledge, skills, and practices covered in the basic core curriculum. An advanced core curriculum class shall include standard and best practices in one or more of the following areas: cultivation, product manufacturing, retail, transportation, laboratory science, energy and environmental best practices, social justice and economically reparative practices, implicit bias and diversity training, worker safety, food safety and sanitation, confidentiality and privacy, in-depth coverage of any topic taught in the basic core curriculum or such other topic as the commission may approve in its sole discretion. My question to the executive director is, do we have any of these advanced core curriculums built and approved?
If I may, Madam Chair, I do think we'll probably have to come back to the update to the board on RVT in general. And I think we can go through the chair to have a sort of full discussion on RVT within the working group.
But we don't have anything like that now, right?
I know that there's quite a few things under review. And so I would look for kind of a more robust update. And get you a full response on that. Can I also just add one point as well that came out of the red tape discussion, which was, and I think something for us to consider, but I think it fits within the discussion that you've all had, which is, really the continuing education model. And so in that regard, it is, less of you must do this every year than it is you must have this many credits, and we create a credit system that allows somebody to pick and choose from a catalog that may include things outside of what we would consider RVT, any type of other thing that would be considered continuing education within the field. So there's a couple of models, I think, as well as we discuss this in a regulatory package that we may want to discuss.
Get back to the point that the licensees gave to us, which is for you to work in a package store, to hand out a gallon of, grain alcohol. We don't have any training for that I'm aware of. And I think that having that basic training that a licensee or an agent has to go through to hand out that ounce or whatever, 2 ounces, whatever the legislature's going to do, that having that training goes above and beyond anything, in the comparable, and again, I don't know about the gaming commission. How much training obviously there's potential cheating, and making sure they're age gating. I just want to make sure that we don't get ourselves stuck in the RVT model, that it was a good idea, 8 years ago, but it may have come to its usefulness. And so I just want to make sure that one, we do maintain a threshold for public health and safety, but two, we're not getting stuck in that handcuff that we have to have RVT. Commissioner Roy?
To Commissioner Benedon's point, because you got me thinking, and the executive director had sent me what the most common NODs are, and RVT fell in that. So maybe by switching a shall to a may could accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. And I'll just read from, it said required annual and ongoing RVT training. At a minimum, ME agents shall receive a total of 8 hours of training annually. The 8-hour total training requirement here's the shall, be tailored to the roles and responsibilities of the job function of each marijuana establishment agent, which we know that's not happening now. And number two, a minimum of 4 hours of training shall be from responsible vendor training program courses. So if we kept the 8 hours and we switched the shall to a may, that like it does not have to come from RVT. And then when we upgrade RVT, we can switch the may back to a shall. That might accomplish what you're keeping it there, but giving them the option that they don't have to do that 8 hours from the RVT.
And each class, how much do those cost? 100 and something? What does it cost the
Hold
licensing?
it down.
And again, I would like to ensure that our folks that do provide this RVT, can be a part of this additional training, or that they can help us with this, but I think it's going to take a real long time to, so much stuff that we have.
I think that's the easiest fix.
Years. And
Is to switch that may or the shall to a may. I think keeps what you're trying to do, but acknowledges it's not where it needs to be. And that gives them the option.
It keeps the 8 hours.
Yes. So I think that the
I'm
comment.
assuming that like anybody in a job, although 8 hours is a time when you're talking about people making barely over minimum wage.
But they talked about in-house trainings.
Well, I'm just saying, in-house trainings.
That's the other part.
Yeah. So
All right, I think that why don't we keep moving, because I think that we're gonna have some time to tweak what the recommendations are.
Yeah.
I think that everybody's made some really good points here for us to consider. I think that we recognize that 3 is something that we can remove red tape, but understanding that ultimately it might be a good purpose to continue to have training, but we need to reduce that.
So and to keep us on track. So like if we did the shall to a may, like we could throw it in scope. I'm trying to get stuff in scope so we can at least peel back the first layer of red tape
Yeah.
and not kick the can. My goal today is to try to get consensus that we're not just going to kick the can down the road, but we're going to tackle some of this red tape.
No more listening.
Yeah, act. Yeah.
Okay, do you want to move to the next slide? Are you ready?
Yeah, I think, we got we have a packet here. We got so many interesting recommendations. One of them, I'll just, throw another one, was the community outreach meeting that we mandate when you become a licensee. And people were like, yeah, we have them, nobody comes. And when we go in front of the select board or the city council, in effect, that is like anybody can come and you have to notify all your abutters anyway. So it's like, why are you're making us, that's red tape. Like, that doesn't need to be there, this community outreach.
So just, I just want to make sure you understand what she's talking about, okay?
Yes.
Because this is also, and again, most people, but having been on the other side, it's, you have to go to the city hall, you have to go to town hall, you have to, apply for a permit, you have to notify all of your abutters, and then you have to do this extra meeting, and it has to be held, well, back then, had to be accessible remotely. You have to hire a sign language translator. You have to have someone independent managing the meeting, and then nobody comes. And that's, and that's, and they publicize it, but, it really, the real power and control, and this was one of the issues that you raised during social consumption, is you went from premises to women, you expanded. What did you do?
We went to property line.
And this is something that they do on a regular basis when they're looking at zoning issues, when they're looking at whether or not, there's a lot of power at the municipal level to control this. So to me, that might be something, and I don't know if anybody, has any thoughts on that, but again, we have to go back to when this was passed. There was a lot of resistance. A lot of people didn't want it. A lot of people didn't want it to keep, and some people still do. And we're seeing a ballot question that might repeal all recreational. But it's trying to see how we can get at these things that don't add real practical health and safety, provide any additional. I don't see how that adds anything to the process other than it's checking another box that, doesn't have any value. So Commissioner Stebbins?
Just a quick question, from the spreadsheet you're working off of, is that something you can share with us?
I think so, because it was shared,
Can we share that?
well, I'm referring to it in public meetings, so I must. we
Clean
don't have to-
version without your notes.
Yes, without my notes, I'm requesting that it be shared with my colleagues here, because I think you'll find this interesting.
Executive Director?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that as
Working on?
yeah, as Commissioner Roy mentioned, that's going into the form stack process. So why don't we get you a version of that that's cleaned up? That was an exercise worksheet for the working group.
Appreciate that.
Because some of these things, which made us realize that they didn't know the changes we've already done, like the wasting 2-to-1 agents was in here. We're like, we already did that. You know, there was things I'm like, we already did it.
Yeah, there were several
So
things like that.
really, like, yeah, so, and then some of it were like, not happening. It was like too much pushing the line. So get the cleaned up version. And I think you'll find this really helpful.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? Anything else you'd like to add, Commissioner Ryan?
No, I'm good.
All
Thank
right.
you for my
All right, this was good. We'll get that sheet out to our fellow commissioners so that they can see directly some of the feedback that was provided us to the working group. That will be a public document, which will be discoverable, by people. I mean, can we put this on our website? Anywhere?
So, Madam Chair, I suppose that would be from a working group perspective. Ultimately, the folks that we've engaged for the external were the ones who were going to be voting on the prioritization for us to score and provide to the commissioners in the recommendation. We could discuss having a separate one available.
Issue that we were trying to be as careful as
Yep.
possible to make sure that we weren't violating open meeting law. So
Right. So, I mean, I think what we can't necessarily do is have you all, the four of you, give me your priority order and then me give it back to you, right? So that's not ultimately what I think we're discussing here. What we are discussing is we're sending out a form stack to the 27 individuals who are a member of the consulting team to ask them to help us prioritize what is a pretty large list of potential changes. Because ultimately, to the Commissioner Roy's point earlier, we can't do all of this in one batch. So that is one of the next steps. Providing access to that form stack to the commissioners, I don't believe is an issue. Having everybody sort of weigh in outside of public meeting may be, so we'll talk about that. Then I think just to your question, Madam Chair, in terms of can we put this on the website, we could have a discussion of, so the 27 members would be specifically asked to engage with the form stack, put their prioritization in for us to tabulate and provide at a future public meeting. If you'd like to make that available to people who are not on the working group, we could come up with how we may put a poll out on the website. But we may also want to discuss that as the next step or a future step. So it's really as
lay this, I'd ask Commissioner Roy your thoughts on this because I know that you're very intent on, as am I, on getting this in scope in the next round.
So if we get these in scope, there'll be opportunity for people
Public
to opine.
Yeah, so we don't need it
You
in
don't need
advance. Wait, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And just to pick up on that last point, obviously people are hearing us talking about this at a public meeting, so it may, for all intents and purposes, generate a lot of discussion and feedback. But you picked up on something towards the end, talking about the community meeting requirement as part of our regs. A lot of the folks, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the folks that are going through this have already met that obligation, right? There are a lot of existing licensees, ITLs and so forth. I would just to put it out there for consideration as we move through this work, think about those items, and the community outreach meeting certainly falls into this category of what are we doing for folks that have not entered the license portal, right? They haven't started the application. They haven't started to pursue the license opportunity and to come back, and I hope we can have a thorough review of it. And I think we've all talked about it in previous meetings, is the bifurcated application process, the provisional license process. Again, that won't help a lot of these folks unless they're pursuing other licenses. But trying to look at parsing that where they're not holding real estate during that provisional license phase.
Yeah, it might make my.
Yeah, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, and we did kind of discuss that as a group, like, they're already they're already gone through this.
And by the way, we spent a lot of time and they're like, yeah, we're telling you what we're complaining about in the rearview mirror. It doesn't impact.
Exactly. So if you notice, the first three apply to everybody all the time. And so that's why they said, can you bring that to the board first? But they did, the process about the provisional versus the final and having to have a brick and mortar or a lease through the whole process. That's really onerous for a lot of people, so capital intensive. So they did have a number of things that they listed that probably don't make sense anymore, but don't unless they apply for social consumption. And maybe we need to think of that too. Like for social consumption, like, are we gonna stand up, social consumption? Are we gonna make them have a lease? Or are we gonna make them carry a note for the whole time? So some of it is forward looking too.
If I may, and I appreciate that point. And I think as we think of that new license type that we're about to roll out, that we know is capital intensive, because a couple of them are all brick and mortar brick and mortar heavy. Again, you're right. A lot of these people have already been through it and we're learning from their experience, and that's helpful. But just to kind of think of the next tranche or the next group, I'd love for us to be able to explore how we might be able to bifurcate that process a little bit better.
Anybody else with any additional questions? So obviously we've got a good place to start here. Commissioner Roy?
Again, if I could just leave it on this note. The goal is progress, and we may get recommendations saying testing is a big kahuna, if you will, and this will be, but it's ultimately the will of the board. If we want progress on that, regardless of a recommendation otherwise, and I mean that with all due respect. But this
is also why I'm asking for an understanding of how work is being divided, because I believe that we have some underutilized talent that can help us achieve multiple goals at the same time. All right. Okay. So unfortunately, I had a small speech I was just going to read, and I realized I left it at home. So anyway, it's going to be even shorter. So moving on to, and they're all going, ooh, moving on to the issue of inversion. And just yesterday, we saw an editorial in the Boston Globe that had reviewed the issue of inversion, which basically is taking product quite often from out of state or from unregulated producers and introducing that into the stream of commerce and distribution of regulated products. We had a very robust conversation. The executive director, Commissioner and I did with a stakeholder who explained how some of this inversion is happening. Sometimes it's happening when we are using ethanol to basically extract THC out of flour. One of the ways that inversion is happening is through spiked ethanol being brought into the Commonwealth and brought into the process, which then results in higher THC levels that would not be achieved without cheating. Other ways is there are possible, flour being brought in from unregulated sources. But the bottom line is, and this is what I said earlier, and this is what I say now, our number one priority, we have to make sure that every licensee has access to fair process. We need to make sure, that we are putting in place regulations and rules. But the most important job that we have is as protectors of public health and safety, age gating, keeping underage kids out of stores, away from products, but also making sure that our testing system is sound, that our testing system is held accountable, and that the products that are being sold in a legal fashion. So to that end, I wanted to see if we could have a conversation, because one of the, and Commissioner or Executive Director Ahern it was my understanding, and Paul, I might want to, ask you to come up here. But one of the conversations, that we had is that there may be a way for us, without new regulations, to utilize data that we're already collecting about yields that our research team, our IT team can look at, that could point us to discrepancies that might alert us to potential inversion. We saw this with testing fraud. We saw that our research team could see, once they had access to the data that we were already collecting, that there might be opportunities and financial incentives for testing, independent testing labs to provide higher THC levels or to not properly report contaminants in products that are being tested. So one of the suggestions they made, and maybe the executive director, Mr. Roy, you can clarify, but one of the questions that we had for you, Chief, is how could we possibly take that data, look at those yields, and maybe do an analysis that would then allow our investigations and enforcement team to determine whether or not people are cheating? Because the bottom line, and this is what we heard this in the meeting with the 27 licensees. We particularly heard this, from testing labs. Hold everybody accountable, and we'll play by the rules, we'll be okay. And in particular, this one licensee said, I can't compete with cheaters. I have 400 people who work for me. I run a tight ship, but I literally can't compete with people who are selling products that are cheating. So you have some, I wrote a note and we went back and forth, but do you have some thoughts? And Commissioner Ray and Executive Director, and I don't know if again, my written speech was really good. I'm sorry I didn't get to hear it. But anyway, do you have any thoughts about the conversations that we've had?
Sure. So I do think CTI would be great. Obviously, Enforcement Council may come up as well if we have anything kind of specific to what we're doing at the moment. But I think ultimately what was kind of the discussion within Red Tape was really about data within metric regarding the yield, wet to dry, and where that may catch a number of the items that were brought. The ethanol extraction was an example, but obviously, as you mentioned, product from other states, product from the black market being through the inversion process, getting into the system, and using the metric data to sort of determine that. We've obviously, to the chair's point, used similar processes on testing. And so I think that was generally the question. And then I think obviously we would look to come back as well with what we may be able to accomplish in short order and what we may need to build towards through metric. But I think the CTIO as well had heard that discussion at the Red Tape meeting.
Would you like to make a comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think, a lot of the arrows pointed back to examining the yields. And so in some other flags that I've researched, high volume transfers to intermediaries that never show commensurate outbound sales, like wholesalers that only receive and rarely ship, licensees whose reported production, harvest weights, manufactured outputs, and yields is persistently inconsistent with their canopy input materials or benchmarks, especially when coupled with higher transfer in volume. Repeated adjustments, destructions, or quote, administrative corrections that smooth inventory gaps right before inspections, audits, or tax due dates. So those are just some other flags that could point to this type of
So how
behavior.
do we want to launch the conversation? I don't know if this is for Attorney or to Chief Clark. How do you want to launch the conversation?
So I can start from a high level and talk about, a number of things from a high level and I'll defer to our Enforcement Council, anything very specific and such. So back up a couple of steps. One of the goals I've had with our data program here is in fact this. I've said the biggest, open data is great, but I think the biggest benefit to the commission is the enforcement investigative tool of using data to look through a myriad of data types. Metric has provided us some guidance also looking at the transfer invoices and looking at some of those transfers and quantities don't match up, and odd multiple stop items. There's a lot of data points we can use. I mean, hundreds and hundreds. We've built out our data warehouse in the last year and a half. We've now getting more, and Metric also recently provided us with their Snowflake environment. They've put a data warehouse on their side that's given us better access. Snowflake is a data analytics tool, as opposed to what fell outside yesterday. It's one of the top data analytics tools and data warehouse and databases that are available. So that's something that's only come online this year as well, that we've had access to, that we didn't have access to 2, 3, 4 years ago, which has really made a huge difference in what we're just beginning to scratch the surface on of being able to do. We have already a couple of times referred things that we found that are suspicious to the investigating team to look into. I think specifically whether it's diversion, inversion, just any improprieties out there, we have the tools. It's largely time and resources and budget, because this is a huge opportunity. We talk about Copilot and some of this other stuff for AI, using machine learning and AI to go through the tens of millions of records that are in the Metric database and look for anomalies, look for patterns, look for, and again, Metric points out stuff to us on a regular basis of things like, hey, this one plant is 743 days old. What's the odds of one plant being that old? Or boy, this is an awful lot of harvest coming out of a plant that's 3 weeks old. So there's all kinds of anomaly detections that can be done. It's just, honestly, it's a sea of data that I need staff, I need budget for employing the AI on it. Unfortunately, it comes with a cost, but we have the pieces. It's just putting that into action.
How hard would it be to run an analysis of yield?
It's not simple. I mean, I just don't say, yeah, give me an analysis on yield, but we have the data. Our data team can write reports and are in fact doing such. This is a very similar conversation we're having and getting ready to provide data to you for the tier relegation conversation of pulling that statistics in. So again, as we pull that now in our own database, we're able to provide these reports and some of the data analytics already, and then be able to leverage our research team to produce to provide even more of that overview of the data.
So, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you. And so what I'm learning is appropriate yield would be like 10 to 20%. So if you have wet plant, dry plant, and you had 100 pounds of wet plant, your yield should be somewhere around 20 pounds. So knowing as a general rule of thumb that a yield should be anywhere between 10 and 20%, and anything outside of that is a little bit of an anomaly and should send up a flag to ask more questions. To ask more questions. How is your yield greater? It's defying science. And how are you getting this yield when it really should fall in that 10 to 20% window?
I 100%.
So it could be, if we could ask you to do an analysis. I used to run the lottery, do the lottery. You know what I mean? Like take a sample of X number of manufacturers and let's see what we see. So you don't have to do the entire world, but let's see what we see. And then let's work with our I&E team to say, does this require us to do an additional investigation? Take cameras, look at what they're doing. I mean, that's ultimately what was suggested to us. And it seems like, because again, I know how easy it is to roll up and tip my time. Just get this done. And I know how limited you are, but it also means, and this is also to the executive director, it's resources, okay? It's making sure that we have the right resources, that we may need to take resources that are currently being deployed to do things that are nice, things that are good, things that we've been doing for 8 years, but they don't get to the crux of public health and safety, which I think is critical. And that's why, it's really going to be up to our executive director to kind of look at where we are spending. Maybe we're going to get our full budget ask. I don't know, but I don't know if we can wait until when that budget gets fully funded. And Commissioner Roy, and then.
Yeah, and so Paul, my understanding was that the data might be a little more readily available. The metric has that capability, which might save you and your team. I don't know that, like, it was inferred to me that it's not snap your fingers, but pretty well available.
Well, that's where the snowflake environment, I think the reference they're making is potentially to the snowflake environment that now it's in a database.
Yeah.
I mean, because it used to take us, just for the open data alone, the weekly update took our data team approximately 6 hours a week to run that. They now run that in 15 minutes.
That's
Really, we're making that, and that's just in the last couple of months we've made that progress. So we do. So again, it's more readily available. I almost need a prioritization now. Which tool, which ones do we want to prioritize?
Can you put that in writing what you want us to prioritize?
Sure.
Given, and again, it really is an issue, and we've been having a conversation about our budget, looking at our org chart, what good to do versus what I think is critical for us to do. So maybe you can throw back at us how you would like us to prioritize what you're doing, because there may be some things that are really important to do, but to me, this could be a potential crisis that we might be having to deal with in the short term more consequentially than we might have originally thought. And Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think obviously taking that from the next step, identifying where the anomalies lie, which obviously, we've done in other areas as well with the same with data from Metric. I think the next step within that obviously is then taking that to the investigations enforcement team to follow up on and identify what can be proven. So I think at that point, just any thoughts, if I may, Madam Chair, throw it over to the Enforcement Council, just kind of round out that whole process.
Okay, thank you. Please, Tim, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Executive Director. So I think I definitely appreciate the conversation here. I think that it is always important for us to kind of consider where are opportunities for us to improve our oversight capabilities and identify those areas. I know inversion in particularly that really just, I only became aware of that as of last year when we were discussing social consumption establishment regulations, and then in particular, some of the reports about ethanol, et cetera, that was even more recently I've learned about that. I think overall, this conversation is a good starting point towards moving forward with the kind of this process or what we might be able to do in order to more effectively monitor this. I think Commissioner Roy, you identified correctly that what we would be able to glean from a tool like Metric is not necessarily indicative or definitive. It is more of a red flag or a yellow flag that prompts us to investigate further. So we're not necessarily going to make a determination solely based off of what information we can see in Metric.
Prosecute anybody based on anomalies.
Absolutely. And so, Madam Chair, to that point, I think definitely appreciate what Chief Clark is saying, definitely appreciate what the Executive Director is saying, and also appreciate the ability to collaborate with some other teams within the agency on this. I will also note too that when we're talking about yields, there are a number of different factors that might go into that. So as we're identifying an anomaly, was there an issue with the crop that this licensee had? Was there, did they get more experienced cultivators in that were able to get a higher yield from there? Well, in terms of what plants they actually have success at growing, I mean, these are plants that we're talking about. So depending on the different environmental factors, et cetera.
I think the issue is, and this is why it's like, I don't think you can't out cultivate Mother Nature, right? Mother Nature is only, and this is what, and maybe it might be a good idea to bring a couple of the folks, stakeholders who shared this with us. And again, I don't mean to cut you off, but what they said is it's almost like it's naturally impossible without doing something funky to get to those levels. And that's ultimately what, and then the other question that I had raised is, it's my understanding that if indeed there are spiked ethanol barrels coming in here. You know, do we ever maybe take a sample, you know, because I'm assuming that that's an input that we should be able to take a look at. So do we do that? Can we do that? I'm assuming that our inspections people are not putting a dipstick into the 55-gallon ethanol, but maybe we should be.
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
so as it relates to some of those elements, I mean, obviously we were just kind of informed about some of those reports that were received by the agency. So that is something that we're looking into, essentially what our strategy could be moving forward to either require testing, to direct further testing, et cetera. We do have under our regulations, I believe it's 50160 subsection 3 of 501. I'm close. But those do provide the commission with the authority to direct further testing where required to necessitate public health and safety or protect public health, safety, welfare. So we are looking into the options that are available to the agency. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves in terms of what investigative steps we would
But
take.
we could circle back and maybe get some of the folks who know this.
Would absolutely welcome that.
I have not gotten any tips per se about any, you know what I mean? But it was, and I was very careful to make sure that I did not, respecting 38 and respecting, you know, any, you know, so I know of no one who's violating this right now.
Mhm.
But I think it would be helpful to have a conversation with one or two of the people who presented us with this broad information to maybe talk to you directly, because I think that that might help you, because I think the executive director, I think you learned stuff in that conversation, and I learned myself some new information that I thought from reading some of these articles about what happened in New York, and they had a debarment in New York. So it's a serious enough crime, and all right, Commissioner Roy, I'll let you.
Yeah, and to your point, when folks come to me, I always say, you can tell me what rules are being broken, just don't tell me who's breaking the rules. Don't tell me who's breaking them. So, and I think that, you know, this is an important conversation where inversion used to be something thought about like it's around the edges. Now, I think it's a nationwide problem that's a big problem. And so the fact that we are focused on this now, we've put, to the executive director's point, we put the definition, but I just want to throw out that we always have the tool of administrative orders, which I know you're highly familiar with. And so when it's public health and safety germane, and we don't have time to wait for regulation, I think we just need to use every tool in our toolbox.
We don't have time for a fulsome 38 process when health and safety is being impacted. And Commissioner Stebbins, yes,
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points, and I would welcome an opportunity to talk with the CTIO and Metric and hear about the new Snowflake program, because obviously it directly relates to inversion, but it also is, some of the labs have spoken to me about using Metric as a tool to look at where people might be shooting out batches for getting testing and then evaluating the results. So I think there are better ways to use Metric, and I'd love to spend some time to get an update on what those capabilities are in terms of using Metric as a investigative tool. I guess the other question I might have, in a conversation for another time, but I think this comes back to your point, Commissioner Roy, about having a conversation around debarment. When you look at 500, 450, trying to help smarter enforcement council, but I know you know what that means. It's the grounds for suspension, revocation, and denial of renewal applications. I think at some point we should have a conversation about what things we believe should lead to a ultimate denial of a renewal versus something that might be grounds for suspension or revocation. If we're truly thinking inversion is as bad as it potentially can be, are we willing to kind of put a stake in the ground and say, that's it? We find you guilty of that without denying anybody a 30-day process or what have you. But, you know, should we have a conversation that is something that we immediately think is We're.
And now you can hit County Commissioner
Real quick, and I know, EC, and to your point, Commissioner Stebbins, those three options, denial, revocation, and suspension, you can resurrect from the dead on those. And, but debarment, you're dead, and you're not coming back from the dead in Massachusetts if we had debarment. So the the options we have, you can find other ways to resurrect yourself. Debarment, you can't.
And this is also, and then you see, good, and I'll get to you, but this is also the whole purpose for why we want to do secret shopper. Because we want people to self-police. And what we heard from that stakeholder is that if we are allowing people to routinely break the law, they don't respect us, and they think that they can violate the law. And so we need to send a really strong message that if you break the law, you will be held accountable, because then there will be ripples. Then, you know, what we've been told is people are sending emails to some of these licensees saying, hey, I can get you this stuff from out of state. And they're flouting, they're ignoring the law, and they're thinking that we're not going to do our job. And if we don't do our job with complete accountability, and I also think we need to find ways for the commissioners to make sure that we're being held accountable. You know, we're sending, and that was the message that I fell back in my chair. That if you guys aren't doing your job, I have to compete against cheaters. I have 400 jobs on the line. And you're not holding the bad guys accountable. Why am I, you know what I mean? And it's not sustainable. So anyway, AC Gooden, if you could just make your, sorry, that was a speech I didn't write, which is longer than the speech I did write. So anyway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to actually just back up a little if I could. Commissioner Roy, you had mentioned when speaking with licensees, if they identify an allegation of potential wrongdoing, you're happy to hear about what they're saying, but you don't want to know exactly who might be committing it or something along those lines. I appreciate the intent to respect the 38 process and make sure that you still remain an arbiter as we might be progressing towards a final resolution on the matter. What I do want to add on to that, however, is just from the agency perspective, particularly from Investigations and Enforcement Department, like any other law enforcement agency, obviously we're a civil enforcement agency, but we do really we want to work with everybody involved, all potential stakeholders. That includes licensees as well as members of the public. So if there is ever an allegation or somebody becomes aware of violations of our laws, regulations, et cetera, we would definitely welcome them to reach out to us in order for us to actually follow up on some of those complaints. What we have seen in the past, sometimes people do not want to identify who they might know might be committing an issue. So having,
I know what she's going to say. I'm going to let her say it.
okay.
The tip line that this board approved would allow us to find out what rules are being broken to inform policy, but not who's breaking the laws, would go to the tip line.
And this was, and I think that I can't remember if I said this to you. I was on the board of a publicly traded SEC regulated bank, and I was also on the board of a de novo bank in the town of Newton, where we, you know, from nothing, we built a bank. And we hired an outside, basically whistleblower, so that if the chair is violating the law, there's a place to send it. If the executive director is violating the law, if my boss is violating the law and I'm uncomfortable, we all, not you, 3 of us have received emails from people attempting to blow the whistle on potential criminal violations of law, and then that was not kept confidential, okay? And so we need to protect those employees who are willing to stick out their neck, and frankly, that's one of the meetings that we're going to be having this week, is talking to employees who are afraid and want to report, and that's one of the things that, you know, EC Gooden and I are going to be doing, is making sure that we hear the feedback, that I do not hear who they work for, or so that one, we allow our, you know, INE team to do its job, but also we can look at the problems, and maybe they talk to you offline, while I walk away, if there is a tip about here's a violation, but I'm afraid, so the tip line, we don't have it. I mean, we were trying,
We voted on it.
we voted on it 3 years ago. You know, I said we need to have it after the woman in Holyoke died and we still don't have it. So this is again, the resources. Are we directing our resources to things that are nice and good or to things that are critical to us protecting public health and safety? Go ahead, Attorney Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, so in essence, what I'm really trying to get to is that if there is anybody that has information relating to a potential violation of law, that they come to us and speak to us about that. And also, as they're able to, speak to us with specificity, because a bare allegation is very difficult for us to follow up on sometimes because there is nobody that we can necessarily do it.
How do people find you?
There is, so I do know on our website that there are resources or ways to contact the commission. There is, I mean, the general commission inbox. We also do have our, I always screw up if it's investigations versus inspections.
If they don't know where it's gonna go.
And I know at a public meeting previously, we have identified the, and I flip this in my head sometimes too, so I definitely recognize the difficulty from the public to get this, but it's the inspections or investigations general email inbox. They can definitely send those as well. I believe that is identified on the commission website as well, but those are areas where they can reach out. They will be directed to the assigned investigator who can go through. I would have to defer to general counsel on that because I don't have that information.
Madam Chair,
Please.
my understanding, I'm sorry, is that they're not, while the investigation is ongoing. And when the investigation is no longer ongoing, they are subject to PRR requests.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, and hold on a second. Actually, the director.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Raising his hand.
It's on a different point.
Okay, all right.
Just the one last point that I wanted to make on this, our regulations do identify under it's 508.20, and then there is a corresponding section in 501 as well that relates to confidentiality and records that the commission will retain as confidential. However, if you want to note, it is a regulation. There are general laws that also relate to certain areas where that information must be disclosed by the commission. So I know what we have done, and sometimes witnesses are not comfortable speaking based on our advice here, but what we will say is to the extent that we are able to keep this confidential or keep this protected, that is what we are going to do. We want to make this environment as safe as possible for whistleblowers to come forward. There are some legal limitations that do restrict us. There are times where we are going to have to provide information. But we'll also say too, as we're enforcing a matter, it is imperative for us to have witnesses that are able to speak on some of these matters. So there might be instances where a whistleblower, we would want their cooperation or work with them to actually provide testimony in a hearing context. So there are those barriers that sometimes appear, and at times we will speak to a witness and they will say, I want to remain anonymous. I don't want to have any further involvement. I'm just giving you this tip.
Happened. So we're allegedly happened.
So just wanted to identify those couple of areas as well where we do have some ability to protect that information, but then we're also limited in other areas based on our authority.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just returning to Commissioner Roy's earlier point about a potential administrative order, I just wanted to make sure, because obviously we're going to be coming back on this whole discussion, a lot of things between the data side and then also the I&E side for further discussion. On the administrative order, so I understood the point, obviously within kind of some of the inversion tactics that we've discussed and the definition now exists since January 2nd in our regs. And so all of this is being built out as we speak. And so that's why this discussion is timely. So the administrative order on some of the inversion types that we're talking about, coming from out of state, which is obviously illegal, crossing state lines with this product, although some THC derived from hemp has had loopholes in the past, those types of things. Black market, obviously illegal as well. So with the administrative order and how you were kind of contemplating that, just so I understand, we can build out some options, would be more specific to like the THC infused ethanol discussion, or you're thinking a general administrative order about inversion with the new definition, just so I can kind of take next steps here.
I think you could do both, actually. I think you could do one ethanol specific, like we did one COA specific, directing the ITLs to upload a certificate of analysis for each test, every panel that they run. So I think you could do one. My fear is if you say, okay, reserve, a specimen of ethanol, then my fear is there'll be clean ethanol and supercharged ethanol and like, okay, we're gonna, so the devil's in the details, but you could do one specific to ethanol and then you could do one specific to yields. I don't know what that looks like. I'd have to give it some thought, but I don't think you could need to combine them. I think they could be separate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? So my recommendation, again, no real vote here, but it's just obviously, the Globe has editorialized it, Globe's editorialized on other things that we probably should have a whistleblower line by now. We haven't done that yet. But I would like to connect you with some of the stakeholders that we had an opportunity to talk to, so you can get a little bit more understanding of the science that they're talking about. And if we could have a conversation, Paul, about the sort of easiest way to make a first step without making you crazy. And if you can ask us, what are you working on and how can we prioritize that for you? I'd be happy to have that conversation with you and the executive director. And I don't know how we get feedback from multiple commissioners, but maybe that's my prerogative as chair that I can, and I apologize, I can make that determination. But I know you have a lot on your plate. I know that there's a lot going on, so I don't want to be asking you 5,000 different things and then you don't do, you're trying to, so we can talk about that afterwards. But any information that you can get in terms of how we might create a smaller sample, but something that's relevant enough that could allow us to see, are we seeing this, and maybe work with our ID team to.
Representative sample.
Yeah, representative sampling again. Okay, I was just gonna say, we're gonna take a brief break and then, I'm hoping that we can, get everything done before 4:30. I think that that's possible. So we will take a brief break till 3:45. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion to recess until 3:45? Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
I've been moved and second, call the roll. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All
Aye.
opposed? We are coming back at 3:45. Okay, we are back in session and now we are moving toward the discussion of the regulatory process timeline for delivery, exclusivity, and secret shopper. And so just briefly, I don't know if this is the general counsel or the executive director, but just understanding, I think that we've sent this out to other all the commissioners, but can we just sort of talk generally about the time frame? And as I've said, because we have multiple potential regulatory writing chores in front of us, I just want to make sure that we are appropriately delegating work to the multiple talented lawyers we have across. So I would like to understand that, and I would like to understand the kind of timeline that you're envisioning, and maybe by raising it with everyone here, we can have you and I can work on proposed timeline and get that out to everyone so we understand how we can get stuff done.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think earlier you had referenced kind of a more robust where things are assigned at the moment. So I can come back on that for today. We do have a timeline here that the GC and AGC Bruno, we're going to go through quickly and answer any questions on secret shopper regulatory timeline. But I'm happy to run through that if you'd like, and then just ask questions as needed. How would you like to proceed?
Just run through it.
Okay.
I know we have a little bit of to end a little earlier today. So if you could just walk us through that.
Certainly. So this timeline here is specific to that regulatory package. I'll note a number of items here that have already been achieved. The thing that I want to put on radar, and I think we could also discuss today, is on February 23rd. That would be the public hearing date and end of comment period. All of these are based on us reaching that final promulgation prior to April 1st. That I recall Attorney Bruno giving a summary of at the time that all these votes were taken. And so there are some specific timelines where we would need votes from commissioners, and that 23rd, I believe we have a hold for all staff and commissioners on. And so as well, again, obviously the formal comment period backs into these dates. And then the deadline to file obviously is based on getting this done and approved from the secretary by March 27th, which is based on their calendar at the secretary's office, so that this is done with the intent of the board before April 1st.
And then, so, if we can have a similar, I think I've seen it proposed, but a similar timeline regarding, the testing recommendations. And obviously you're going to get us a framework. Again, we're hoping we would get that by the end of the year. I understand there's a lot more review to do that, so I understand that. But and I think that it's Commissioner Roy's intent to add some of the red tape removal items to the scope of testing, so that we're not going to do all of the red tape removal stuff, but we will make some progress so that we can get that done on a expedited timeline. And Commissioner Roy.
And if I may, even minimally, the RVT, switching it from a shall to a may could help alleviate some of that red tape. And like in the first three was the cadence on the, so if we, on the badging from 1 to 3 years.
Again, that's like striking.
And biennial renewal versus annual, but obviously the fee structure would remain in place every year.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that? And hopefully we can get an additional timeline soon about how we're going to be approaching the testing protocol and adding, keeping in scope some of the red tape removal additions to that. Any Commissioner Roy?
I think we determine the scope.
But
Board. Yeah, right?
Yeah, no. We will determine the scope, but I'm just talking about the time frame. Just noting that we will determine the scope. This is generally what, and there may be some other, little things that other commissioners might want to add. But understanding the burden that our legal team is under to get a lot of this stuff done. We want to make as much progress as quickly as possible with the most seamless way to get that done. So any Executive Director Ahern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in the interest of time, I will include what has been provided previously, but just in that same context with some of the discussion we had earlier today on the testing protocols with what we talked about with external feedback, those types of things. So we'll update that. We'll get that to you. We'll incorporate that. On the red tape removal, just one timeline note would be, I believe that group was asked to engage with that form stack survey prioritization. I want to say it was by February 6th. I'll get all that information in there as well and summarize it in one packet.
Okay, thank you. Right, are there any questions or comments from my commissioners? All right, so moving, hoping to adjourn soon, but new business not anticipated at the time of posting. And this is something that I'm a little bit concerned about. I received a request to take a meeting with Assured Testing back on October 8th of 2025. And as the commissioner, as the chair, they wanted to reach out to me to have a conversation about the finding that, again, this happened when I was illegally separated from the commission, and there was a suspension order and a significant fine that was levied against Assured. They were required to make a number of changes in their leadership, that their CEO could not be involved for 12 months. But in particular, there was a $300,000 fine that was supposed to be paid in $100,000 increments. Now, when they were trying to talk to me about this, I asked I asked for an opinion from EC Gooden about whether or not I should even have this communication with them. And I was told that they should be reaching out directly to the investigations staff about any potential changes or additional recommendations. And I need the executive director to just explain this, because I was very, very careful to make sure that I did not get personally involved in this. Yet it's my understanding that you had a conversation with them. Now, did you ask for any legal advice from anybody in our legal team, and that it was okay for you to have an off-the-record conversation with a licensee that was under a suspension order and had a requirement to pay? Did you get legal advice that it was okay for you to talk to them off the record?
I've touched base with both the enforcement counsel and general counsel separately on the topic, and I'm happy to go through the timeline if you'd like.
But did they tell you that it was okay for you to do that without informing the board? Did you ask that question?
I'm not sure I did, no. Would you like me to go through the timeline?
Okay, please.
Okay, so, and just to kind of explain as well, with the business unanticipated, an email came in Friday, the 23rd at 4:55 after the agenda today had been posted by 10:15 in that morning. And so previously, I believe the communication you're referencing had gone to you. I had had a separate communication from Assured come to me as well. And so in that discussion, they laid out a number of factors leading into what was the second payment within the three payments laid out in the stipulated agreement. So my email to the board on December 11th summarizes, I think, that what you're looking to discuss here. So under the delegated authority from September 10th, 2020, the executive director is authorizing enforcement counsel to modify the payment due date for the second payment currently due on December 12th, 2025 for a date that is not beyond the current due date for the third and final installment currently due February 10th, 2026. The current annual renewal date for this licensee is in August of 2026. No changes to the final amount are authorized should additional extensions beyond the third installment due date be required and an agenda item approved by the chair. This may be put in front of the commissioners for review in January 2026. If the licensee does not make payments, the enforcement counsel would proceed with an enforcement action pursuant to the stipulated agreement. This email is being provided for commissioners' information. I would be happy to update the public via the executive director report agenda item today, or by placing a note with the stipulated agreement on the website. So we did note that in that meeting, and that is on the website. The actual delegated authority from the September 2020 vote was authority and discretion to approve minor changes and changes that need to be made on an emergency basis, provided that the commission retain the authority over changes it would decide in the ordinary course. And so again, with that update, my point was to the licensee.
Just backtrack, and when you say minor, what is have you gotten anything in writing from our general counsel or our enforcement counsel? What's minor?
So I don't have anything in writing from those councils on that. My explanation at the time, which is still my explanation, is I did not feel comfortable extending anything beyond the third payment within the process of the 3 payments laid out to be done by February 10th. So my explanation to the licensee was I would extend the second payment to the third payment due date, and anything beyond that needed to come back to the board for a discussion of updating the stipulated agreement.
Can I ask, when you originally made this decision, why did you not inform, you basically made the decision, which I don't think this is a minor change. I mean, this is a significant violation. And I told you, I'm a spell back in my chair listening to the stakeholder the other day, that we are not taken seriously as regulators because they think that we don't enforce things appropriately. They don't think that we, it's basically, if you have enough money in the bank to just, pay your way out of it, you're okay. And so I went through a very, very diligent process with emails back and forth. And I was told, don't talk to them because you're an adjudicator. So because of this delegated authority, you too are an adjudicator. And this is also why, I have been talking about, we have staff that need to ensure that they are doing what we are doing. When there are appearances of a conflict, that needs to be filed. I'm not sure that's happening. But why, when you made that initial decision, why did you not alert me before you made that decision? Because it sounds like you made the decision without the approval of the commissioners. And it's not my problem if a licensee waits so long that it's at the 11th hour. Why did you not tell the commissioners prior to making that decision?
So again, I think similar to the position we're in right now, it was a timing issue. And so in this regard,
we're not in this, this is not a we problem. This isn't a them problem. So I'm bringing it back. I received a call and I have a series of emails, and this goes back to, early October. So when did you meet with them?
I did not meet with them until December. So I believe you're referring to the public relations staff for that particular licensee reaching out to you, not necessarily the attorney. By the time it was coming to me, the answer was it was not going to be able to be noticed on the 11th. And my point was I am willing to, within the scope of what is in the stipulated agreement of 3 payments due by the end, which is February 10th, extending the second to the third payment due date and not going beyond that, because that's.
Why didn't you alert us that you were making a unilateral decision? I don't think this is a minor change.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying is I don't know what a minor change is. This is a significant undermining of the vote. And I wasn't here to take this vote. So I didn't, it was 1-2, and then I think Commissioner Concepcion was here. And so you had 3 commissioners voted to approve the suspension of the license with very clear terms. Some people thought it was an appropriate, I don't know if this is this the largest fine? I don't know. What is the largest fine?
I don't believe it's the largest fine, but I do think, Madam Chair, to your point, that the package itself is outside. So the point from other stakeholders on their opinion, the package within the stipulated agreement is not just a monetary fine. To your earlier point on somebody saying that it was not enough, that's their opinion. Ultimately, the stipulated agreement, and the only thing that I was willing to do within a minor change, which we can disagree on and we can have that discussion, was simply to extend the second payment due date to the third payment due date, not changing the amount. Not the first payment was made in October. The second payment in December was extended from December to February. So both of the second final payments are due February 10th, which is why this is timely and can't wait for the agenda, which is currently scheduled for February 12th. So if the board is looking to have a discussion about potentially updating the stipulated agreement, the chair would need to post a meeting between now and the 12th which is why it is business not anticipated at the time of posting.
But see, this brings me back to, I don't understand, and this is the problem. I've asked the question about delegated authority. I asked the question and I couldn't get the answer at the last meeting. When Commissioner Roy asked for an opinion about delegating authority, it was done without apparently any legal research, and I still don't have an answer to whether or not in the moment a commissioner can say, oop, I can't do this, I'm recusing and I'm going to delegate this to you. And that's why it is very unclear to me that this is a minor change. I mean, so do you have any legal memo that describes what a minor change is versus a non-minor change?
I do not have a memo regarding the word minor. I've explained why I consider it minor from not impacting the final payment due date and sticking within that range of dates that is within the stipulated agreement, and the communication to the licensee that should they feel that they need to change that date, that they should be requesting in writing, giving you enough time to post this on an agenda prior to that due date.
To make the final, so.
The 10th, it is due on February 10th. 200,000 of the 300,000. I don't have any other information other than the request of why they felt they couldn't make the payment in December.
Why couldn't they make the payment?
I don't feel comfortable explaining that publicly on their behalf. They gave a reason that I felt was compelling, and that, again, I was unwilling to commit to extending beyond what the third payment due date was. And if they wanted to do that, that they needed to bring it to the board for discussion.
Do you have the unilateral authority to now do this again as a minor change without?
No, I have made it clear to the licensee that I'm not willing to extend beyond.
See, this is where I get, what's the rule? And it's sort of like, I feel like now it either was a minor change and you had the authority to do it then, and it's a minor change and you have the authority to do it now, or it's not a minor change and then you didn't have the authority to do it in the first place.
Again, you're talking about the third payment due date, and that was my explanation of why I felt that the second payment, backing up to the third payment, but sticking within the range, was what I considered to be minor. If you disagree, I understand.
No, but I'm asking you, what's a minor change?
I just explained why I felt it's a minor change.
But you don't have a legal definition of what.
I do not have a legal definition of the word minor.
Right. So I'd love my fellow commissioners to weigh in. I find this extremely uncomfortable. I was given advice by E.C. Gooden. You should not, as a judge, if you will, I'm not the right, but you should not, because our staff should be looking at this. And this is now the second time at the 11th hour we've gotten an appeal. One, you exercise unilateral authority, and I'm not sure that delegation, and this is what Commissioner Concepcion was talking about, the delegation of authority. You have unilaterally more power than we do as commissioners to either look the other way, to bring the full force of the commission onto the heads of licensees, or, whatever. And so this whole issue of delegation, I asked it at the last meeting about how one commissioner can delegate. I was told I couldn't be given that answer. So I would like to understand whether my fellow commissioners are interested in holding a special meeting to allow a licensee to not fulfill the direction that a quorum of the commission voted on. They wanted this to be tough. They wanted this to be painful. And now at the 11th hour, so how do we know they're not going to come to us again? And does that make sense for us to kick the can down the road if they don't have, so we don't know what they're proposing. When are they proposing to pay the next $100,000?
The original request, as I recall, was to extend both by 2 months. And what was communicated back was extending the second payment to the third payment, and if they wanted to go beyond that, to put in writing.
Getting involved up with second and third. So they.
There are three payments for $300,000 total, 100,000 each. One is in October, one December.
I just want to, again, it's the me forgetting name timeframe of the day. So $100,000 they paid when?
October 25.
And that was, they missed. Had they already missed, or they made that first payment?
They made it.
All right. So the second payment was due,
Was due December 12th, 2025.
December 12th. And they didn't make that payment.
That was the authorization to move the
That's
12th,
change.
the payment from December 12th, 25 to the third payment due date, which is February 10th, 2026, just 2 days before our next public meeting.
So are they capable of making the $100,000 payment?
I have not had that discussion with them. My discussion with them in December was, if you would like to go beyond that third payment, or you need other changes to stipulated agreement, you need to ask for an agenda item through the chair to discuss updates to the stipulated agreement. So I don't have information on what specifically they're asking you to contemplate.
So who has anybody been in ongoing communications with them since you made that unilateral decision?
The letter was communicated to them and put on the website with the stipulated agreement, notifying that the second payment was changed to the third payment due date, and an email to the CEO, Tom Moore, saying, if you are going to ask for any other changes, you need to get that in writing to the chair with enough time.
Have I seen that?
I'm happy to forward you that email. So ultimately,
Why wasn't that shared with me and my fellow commissioners?
that
Again, I think I should have known before you made a unilateral minor change decision. And here's another letter. Now, again, it might be because EC Gooden, because I'm a judge who's supposed to be making a decision about this, yet you're kind of clerk that has a lot of authority to do stuff before the judge gets to it. And so, I think that you should have told us before you made that minor change. That was a unilateral decision that undermined an important and very difficult decision on the part of the commission, because basically they knew we could put these guys out of business. That's how serious the violation was that was alleged. We've already given them, or you've already given them that opportunity to miss that deadline, and now we're asking for, and now I'm saying, do you know if they can pay? And you say you can't talk.
the fact that they're asking to have a discussion on the payments due on February 10th is the context that I have.
They want to come and testify? Is that what they're asking for? What are they asking?
They've asked for a meeting with the chair, which came in at 4:55 on Friday afternoon, to discuss hypothetically again, and what I think we need to determine
The
if
chair
they're,
can't do this.
right, that's why a meeting before the 10th would be required.
I think this has to be for the.
This requires a full board prior to the 10th.
Undermining of the commission's original vote should have come to the full board. Or at least you should have given people a heads up. So I'd ask my fellow commissioners, what is the consensus here? I have heard, this is not debarment, but it was a pretty tough penalty. And when I hear from other licensees, people don't believe that we're doing our job as regulators because we're not holding people accountable. We can't talk about testing fraud in public, in meetings because we can't acknowledge it. So we owe a more important duty to the public. So Commissioner Ryan, I know, I wanted to make this comment, I'll make a decision. Now that we've raised it, is it appropriate for my fellow commissioners to, after this meeting, to absorb this, get whatever information the executive director can give to us about this so that we can make a decision? Because when would this have to be posted by?
Payment due date right now is February 10th.
Okay, so we would have to have a meeting prior to February 10th.
To update this stipulated agreement, correct?
So is it okay for my fellow commissioners, because I've had a request to have a hard stop for the meeting today. Is it okay for them to share with me their thoughts, or is that a violation of open meeting law about having this additional meeting? Because I'm very uncomfortable with it. I think it undermines what this commission can and should be doing, but I'm very happy to have my fellow commissioners weigh in on this. And I want to be mindful of the 4:15, 4:20 hard stop, but anybody want to add anything? So EC, is it possible for them to share with me their thoughts about whether or not they actually want to put this on a public agenda, or whether they want to, or do we have to do this now in public meeting? If we have to do this now in public meeting, it might have to wait till.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I apologize. In this area, I'm not an expert in public meeting law, so I would want to defer to the general counsel in terms of what
General counsel.
the board would be able to do.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Please.
is there a desire right now to basically determine if there's a will to have a meeting between now and the 10th? I think that was ultimately the question.
Someone wants to make a motion, I'm willing to, but I'm sure.
I just, in the chat, I shared language from the stipulated agreement. Excuse me, this order is subject to ratification by the commission. Upon ratification, this order becomes binding on the parties. Failure to comply with the above conditions shall result in administrative action against respondent up to and including suspension and or revocation of licensure or registration. I'll read further. Respondent acknowledges that the commission advised respondent of its opportunity to consult with an attorney of its choosing, and respondent represents that it had an opportunity to do so prior to signing this order. Respondent acknowledged that it has been given a reasonable period of time in which to consider the terms of this order before signing it. Respondent acknowledges and confirms that it has entered into this order voluntarily and of its own free will without duress or coercion, and that it is competent to enter into this order. Respondent acknowledges that it has carefully read and fully understands the meaning and intent of this order.
Okay, and did you walk over this language when you were talking to them off the record? Did you walk over this language with them, Executive Director?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, my point was to extend beyond February 10th would require a vote.
But in December, when you talked to them.
Yes, they're clear on the stipulated agreement. The explanation of why the payment was problematic in December ultimately, again, could be brought to the board if the board wanted to discuss the stipulated agreement in whole. So that was what it was explained to them.
So, yes.
On the question of whether to hold a meeting, I'm happy to share my view, which is that I would be happy to attend another meeting if we opted to schedule a brief single issue meeting for the sake of doing it by what is currently their deadline. I might suggest could even do it remotely if we wanted. I don't know if that's ever been a practice. In stating my view that I would be happy to attend a meeting, I'm by no means stating that I would necessarily be in favor of making a change. But if the question was, do commissioners want to provide feedback on whether to have a meeting, I'm happy to sit here today and say, I'm happy to attend a meeting.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Same, happy to attend the meeting so we can meet
Commissioner
the
Roy.
timeline they're under.
Likewise.
Okay, but I want, and I think we're okay. But I want to be very clear that the message that I heard about whether or not licensees are held accountable, and this is the sort of secret shopper analogy. If we're not holding people accountable and we're being told that licensees are thumbing their nose at us because they think that they can get away with breaking the law, that's problematic. So I'm happy to, I will work with the executive director, and I will work with staff to notice an additional single, and maybe there'll be one other issue that we can throw on there. So we can, Commissioner Roy.
So if the respondent is unable to comply with the terms of the agreement, that's a breach of contract, if you will. And so I would like a legal basis, or I'd like to know what our options are on the board, whether revocation, suspension, amending, non-amending, all the cards on the table, so we know clearly what our options are.
I would also like the information that the executive director did not feel comfortable sharing in public. I'd like to know whether or not they actually can do this. I'd like to understand that they have the resources. I don't think we should be, I think we look bad if we kick the can down the road and then they're not gonna be able to make that payment. The other thing is, I would like something in whatever we're putting together. I would like a definition of minor. Because I think that we have an ongoing problem with delegation of authority. And I think that it raises potential conflict of interest issues. We have to be careful about that. So, I would like, what is minor? Because I don't think this is minor. I think this is a major decision that was made by the commission. And I also would like to know, what are the 4 largest single fines? I think you said you didn't know. I would like to know what the 4 largest single fines that we have meted out for serious violations.
3 off the top of my head.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. So this is good. I know that this is not easy. And this is a difficult decision. I don't like us being pushed for the 12th hour, the 13th hour. And so this is why I want to understand all the work that is being delegated to our legal team. I want to understand that that's happening because we have a lot of stuff to get done in the next couple of months. So this is one of those things. When you have knowledge of something like this happening, I expect a phone call, okay? It's like when there's going to be a change made and someone has a motion that's going to be up, a phone call before the meeting in advance so that we're not pushed up against the wall to make some of these decisions. Because I feel like there's a kind of a gun to my head right now and I'm not comfortable with it.
If I may, it's
Yeah.
like good cop, bad cop, because you know what I mean? It's like, that's what I'm saying. And we shouldn't ever have that good cop, bad cop dynamic. We need policies and procedures in place. So there's none of that.
Yeah.
If I may, Madam Chair. So I just want to be clear. I understand your point. And also I want to clarify as well that I felt the same way in the position I was in, which I hope I made clear. I understand your perspective on the word minor. I also want to state for the record that we did have a conversation and I explained the reason that they were asking for this to you directly prior to it.
The reason doesn't matter.
Exactly. I just want to make sure that it's not unclear that I did not provide the reason. I just don't feel comfortable stating it. They can state it if they want to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because this is now round 2. Reason is they don't have the money. So that's, and I don't mean to be, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if we've only violated.
I just want to make it clear.
A couple of times. I mean, the fact is the law is the law, the rules are rule. But anyway, I appreciate it. I thank you. I'm trying to be reasonable here, but I feel like now this is the second time that we've been, one, a decision was taken away from the commissioners that I don't think should have been taken away from the commissioners. And 2, now it's being put on us at the 11th hour. And I am leery about whether or not this company can fulfill its obligation to, and I have seen in other places where there are companies that are facing serious financial problems that we have not properly addressed, whether they get a fine or whether there are consequences that may ultimately end up in that company walking away from its obligation to pay fines to the commission. So I just want to make sure that we don't kick this down the can and then nothing additional will be paid. So just want to make that clear. Now, if anybody else has any other questions or comments, if not, I will, we will, when is our next meeting date? All right, we will adjourn until the next meeting on February 12th, but letting people know that we will circulate an agenda for a meeting prior to that, but I want to check other people's,
Well, no, the 10th, we're gonna have that virtual one.
well, that's what I'm saying, is that I need to make sure that, I gotta check my, you know what I mean? I'm gonna check everybody's schedule to make sure that they can do it. So I don't want to adjourn to the 10th, because I don't know what everybody's schedule is. So, and I don't know if that's already been determined by our EA. So
Yeah.
that's, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, again, I could do it till the 10th. And then I could always change that.
I don't think we need to, do we need to specify now?
Well, no, because, and this is one of the things, this is always proposed.
Right.
So,
I'm not back until the 5th.
so,
You have a.
all right, so then I will adjourn to the 10th. I'll adjourn to the 10th. And then, and then we can figure out, all right, so I will entertain a motion to adjourn till our next meeting on February 10th. Commissioner Roy, do I hear that motion? Commissioner Stebbins, right here, second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Bennett, aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We adjourn until February 10th.